A few days later Inukij called me and I went again to see him, and he informed me that the meeting had already taken place, that Kamina and Pyatakov had presented a big plan for the commission of terrorist acts, in the first place against Stalin and Voroshilov, and then against Kirov in Leningrad. Inukij said that the Rights had succeeded, with great difficulty, in postponing the terrorist acts against Stalin and Voroshilov and, yielding to the Trotskyite Zinovyevite parts of the center, had sanctioned a terrorist act against Kirov in Leningrad. Inukij told me that Kamina and Pyatakov had presented to the meeting a demand for carrying out a terrorist act against Stalin and Voroshilov, which was received from Trotsky. They declared that their terrorist organizations were energetically preparing for these acts and that they scarcely had the power to stop them. But, remembering their agreement with me, Rykov, Tomsky and Inukij actively protested, and then, in the way of compromise, Kamina submitted a proposal to immediately sanction a terrorist act against Kirov in Leningrad. He declared that it was essential to give an outlet to the mounting energy of the terrorist groups, which could rot on the vine without action. Kamina also argued that if the center did not approve even a single terrorist act, then partisan actions of individual terrorist groups would become essential. And it was sanctioned. In the name of the center of the conspiracy, Inukij proposed that I not try to prevent this terrorist act, and I promised to do that. The text in boldface further elucidates Iyagada's insistence that he was not an accomplice. He took no active part in the assassination of Kirov, but did take steps to assure it was not prevented. He elaborated this point a bit more in the succeeding passage. Here Iyagada explained precisely what kind of instructions he gave to Zaporozhets. Question: At interrogation you constantly insist that you were opposed to terrorist acts against members of the CC because you were responsible for the security of members of the government. How then did you permit the terrorist act against Kirov? Answer: Kirov was in Leningrad, and a terrorist act against him would have to be committed there. I supposed that if they were successful in killing Kirov, it was Medved who would have to answer for it. And I was not opposed to ridding myself of Medved. He was hostile towards me. Everybody knew about my bad relations with Medved, and also that I was preparing to remove him, and that, I thought, would serve as yet another argument in favor of my innocence and Medved's guilt for the poor security around Kirov. Question: Therefore, you mean, you accepted the proposal of the conspiratorial center that Inukij gave you, do not try to prevent this terrorist act against Kirov in Leningrad? Answer: Yes. Question: And you promised to do this? Answer: Yes. I was forced to do this. Question: What did you do, concretely? Answer: I summoned Zaporozhets from Leningrad, informed him of the possibility of an attempt on Kirov's life, and proposed to him that he not hinder it. Question: You proposed this to Zaporozhets? Why him? What relation did he have to the conspiracy? Answer: I forgot, when I was naming my confederates, to name Zaporozhets among their number. I had recruited him to the conspiracy at the end of 1933, during one of his trips from Leningrad to Moscow. Before this I learned that Zaporozhets was recruited by German intelligence while abroad. He himself told me about this before he was appointed to Leningrad in 1931. He said that despite the fact that many years had passed since his recruitment, no one had contacted him and he had done no work for them. Question: Under what circumstances was Zaporozhets recruited by German intelligence? Answer: It's possible that he told me about this, but I don't recall it now. Question: And under what circumstances did you recruit him to the conspiracy? Answer: Zaporozhets has always been a person of the right. He was a Ukrainian SR for many years. I used all this plus his contact with German intelligence and recruited him rather easily. I should say that already in 1931, when I sent Zaporozhets to Leningrad, I told him that he was going there as my man, since Medved in Leningrad was not, and that Zaporozhets was to replace Medved and take his place. Question: So what did you tell Zaporozhets in connection with the decision of the conspiratorial center concerning the terrorist act against Kirov. Answer: I have already said that I summoned him from Leningrad, told him about an imminent attempt on Kirov's life and proposed to him, in case facts about preparation of the terrorist act should enter agent's materials, not to act upon these materials and to inform me. I did not entrust the details to him. Zaporozhets fulfilled my directives. Question: But we know that Nikolov, Kirov's murderer, was detained by the operational division in Leningrad some time before his carrying out the terrorist act against Com. Kirov. With him was a weapon and documents that exposed him as a terrorist and, despite this, he was released. Answer: Zaporozhets informed me about this some time after Nikolov had been freed. Question: What did he tell you? Answer: Zaporozhets was in Moscow, dropped in on me, and told me that a certain Nikolov, who was surveilling Kirov's automobile, had been detained by officers of the Apparat in Leningrad. He was brought to the political division, and after he had been searched in Gubin's presence, materials were found on him that gave evidence of terrorist intentions. Gubin reported this to him and Zaporozhets released Nikolov. In the text above, Iagata explains that Zaporozhets had reported to him about Nikolov some time after Nikolov had been apprehended, detained, searched, and then released. In short, Iagata learned about this after the fact. He did not specifically give Zaporozhets any instructions about Nikolov, or about any specific person or act. This is why he denied personally taking any measures to effect the assassination of Kirov, as Vyshinsky put it, and why he answered, as we have seen, that is not quite how it was. Vyshinsky kept trying to get Iagata to confess that he had in some way actively participated in Kirov's murder. But Iagata insisted on precision in his confessions. In the passage below from Iagata's pre-trial interrogation of May 19, 1937, the NKVD interrogator tries to do the same thing by charging that Iagata had given orders to weaken Kirov's personal security. Iagata flatly denies this charge. Question: Your role in the murder of Com. Kirov is not limited to the fact that you did not take measures to prevent the terrorist act against him and that you freed the murderer who had been detained by the officers of the Leningrad Apparat. You took steps to weaken as much as possible Com. Kirov's physical security, and thereby facilitated the murderer's access to him. Answer: I do not admit this. I gave no instructions about weakening the physical security of Com. Kirov. Perhaps Zaporozhets did this on his own initiative, but he did not tell me about it. Question: You not only made arrangements about weakening Kirov's security, but after the accomplishment of the terrorist act you took measures to get rid of a witness. We are speaking about the murder of Borisov, an officer of the Apparat who was guarding Kirov. Answer: I also cannot admit to this. I myself did not give any instructions about getting rid of Borisov. At this time Zaporozhets was not in Leningrad at all. If this was indeed a case of murder, and not an unfortunate accident, then Gubin is responsible for it, but I do not know about that. Question: You are not telling the truth. You will be exposed in your lie by the confessions of Zaporozhets and Gubin. We propose that you tell the truth right now about the circumstances under which Kirov was murdered. Answer: I am not hiding anything. I am speaking sincerely and truthfully. I have nothing to add to my confessions about this matter. I can admit that after Kirov's murder I personally tried, or rather intended, to squelch this matter and limit it to arrests only in Leningrad. But the strengthened supervision by the CC and the participation of Ezhov in the investigation hindered this. As you know, Zinoviev, Kamina, Bakov and others were arrested in Moscow. The attempt to protect Zaporozhets from being brought to answer in the case of the Leningrad Chekists was also unsuccessful. Ezhov became involved, and Zaporozhets was arrested. In the passage above Iagata admits to taking definite steps with regard to Kirov's murder, but only after it had taken place. He also confesses to trying to sabotage or sidetrack the investigation into Kirov's murder. Again, this crime was committed after the fact. A week later, on May 26, 1937, Iagata continued his discussion of the Kirov murder and his role in it. Question: let us continue the interrupted interrogation. You have confessed that after the murder of Kirov you intended to squelch the investigation into this case. Circumstances beyond your control hindered this plan. But we are interested to learn how you intended to avert, or as you say, squelch the investigation? Answer: I had no ready plan of action. Already during the investigation, when it had been determined and was clear that the murder of Kirov had been at the hands of the Trotskyite Zinovyevite organization, I greatly regretted that I had not remained in Leningrad myself to lead the investigation of the case. It's clear that if I had remained in Leningrad, the murder of Kirov would have been depicted in some way, but the real culprits, the Trotskyites and Zinovyevites, would never have been caught. Iagata testifies above that he would have much preferred to be in Leningrad when Kirov was murdered so he could have turned the investigation in a false direction. This is evidence that he did not know anything specific about it in advance. In the passage that follows, Iagata admits that he could not prevent the Zinovyevite Trotskyite group Nikolov, Kotalinov and those others convicted of Kirov's murder from being discovered. He was more successful in preventing the discovery of the Leningrad NKVD men who were also accomplices and they were not exposed. Of course all this is very conditional and suppositional, for it was not I who led the investigation but, as you know, Ezhov stayed in Leningrad and the real situation came to light, more or less. But I was compensated in Moscow in that I redirected the investigation in the case of the former Leningrad Chekists and put it on a false trail. Question: how did you do this? What precisely was concealed in the case of the former Leningrad Chekists? Answer: first, at the beginning I did not arrest Zaporozhets, who participated in the conspiracy. Zaporozhets' name is not on the list of the Leningrad Chekists, those fired from the NKVD and brought to trial. He was arrested much later, at the direction of the CC. Second, before the beginning of the investigation into the case I called Prokofiev and Malkhanov to me and proposed that they lead the investigation personally. I assigned them two tasks. One, that nothing that might compromise the central apparatus of the NKVD or its employees should be in the investigative materials. 2. To reduce the case to simple carelessness and by doing so to protect Zaporozhets and Gubin, who had known about the preparations for the murder of Kirov. My instructions were carried out in full. I must state here that Mironov took part in this affair. He was not acting on my direct orders but on his own initiative. He was actively protecting me in all the interrogations in which he took part. Iagata explains how he attempted to blame Medved for failing to protect Kirov. If you look at the materials of the investigation of Medved, you'll undoubtedly notice that almost all the interrogation transcripts are composed in such a way that Iagata, supposedly repeatedly warned him about the necessity of strengthening Kirov's physical security, but Medved failed to do it. The outcome was that it appeared as though I was not guilty of anything, but Medved and his apparatus were guilty. As far as I recall, Medved was interrogated by Mironov and Prokofiev or Mironov and Malkhanov. At the same time, Iagata testifies that he successfully covered up the fact that, when Nikolov was arrested, a gun and other incriminating materials were indeed discovered on him. Lino notes that in his interrogation of December 8, 1934, Nikolov admitted having a gun in his possession when he was detained by the Leningrad NKVD on October 15, 1934. Nikolov said that he did have a gun with him but asserted that he had not been searched. But Lino first suggests, then states, that Nikolov did not really have a gun in his possession, despite the fact that Nikolov had stated clearly that he did have one. If Nikolov really did have a gun with him as he had claimed, and if Nikolov was searched, as the Leningrad NKVD men, including Gubin, stated he was, then it would be obvious that there was a conspiracy involving people in the Leningrad NKVD. That would mean Nikolov was not a lone gunman, a conclusion fatal to the thesis of Lino's book. So Lino had a strong motive to conclude that Nikolov did not have a gun with him when he was detained, despite all the testimony, including from Nikolov himself, that he was carrying a gun. Likewise Lino had a strong motive not to examine this pre-trial testimony of Iagata's or to inform his readers about its existence. There was one other circumstance in this investigation that could have caused unpleasantness if it had flared up. Question: what circumstance? Answer: in 1933 to 1934 the SPO of the UNKVD of Leningrad Oblast uncovered and liquidated a rather serious Trotskyite Zinovyevite organization. In the investigative materials that were sent from Leningrad to Malkhanov and me there were facts about the existence of the center in Moscow. Neither I nor Malkhanov did anything about these materials, we hid them. The danger lay in the fact that the accused in the case of the Leningrad Chekists could have raised this question in their interrogations, while they were justifying their actions. Malkhanov and I spoke about this and agreed that these facts would not appear in the investigation. And that was done. There was also another danger. It was that someone among the arrested Leningrad Operad officers could have blurted out during interrogation that Nikolov, Kirov's killer, was searched when he was first detained and that on him were found materials that attested to his terrorist intentions, and a weapon. But Malkhanov was correct when he assured me that none of them would say this, if only out of a sense of self-protection. Question: that means Malkhanov knew that Nikolov, the murderer of Kirov, was freed in the Leningrad Operad after it had been established that he was a terrorist? Answer: yes, he knew. I told Malkhanov and Prokofiev about all the circumstances related to the Kirov murder after his arrival from Leningrad during the first days of December 1934. What did you tell them? Answer: I told them that Kirov had been killed by a decision of the center of the Trotskyite Zinovyevite bloc, that I was warned in advance about this, that I had proposed to Zaporozhets not to hinder it and told them about Zaporozhets having freed Nikolov when he had been detained in Leningrad. I was forced to warn Malkhanov and Prokofiev about all this because they were leading the investigation of the case of the former Leningrad Chekists and had to know all the circumstances of the case so as not to permit these facts to enter into the interrogations. In these pre-trial interrogation confessions Iagata gives more detail about the conspiracy, one part of which was the murder of Kirov. He describes how he and others of the rights never liked the idea of individual assassination. Question: you confessed above that at the time of the investigation into the Klubok case you did not meet with Inukij in order to preserve the conspiracy. The investigation into Klubok, as you know, began in 1935. Did you and Inukij meet before that? Answer: I met with Inukij after the Kirov murder, soon after the arrests of Zinoviev, Kamina and the others in Moscow. Our conversation took place, as usual, in Inukij's office. He was asking me how matters stood in Leningrad, whether there was any danger of a total failure, and expressed his outrage about the partisan actions of the Trotskyites and Zinovievites that expressed themselves in the murder of Kirov. Question: what partisan activities are you talking about? The murder of Kirov had been sanctioned by the general center of the conspiracy, hadn't it? Answer: that's true. But I have already said at the previous interrogation that the rights were forced to go along with sanctioning the terrorist act against Kirov only by compromise. In general, we opposed individual terrorist acts that were not coordinated with the general plan for the conspiracy and the seizure of power. This is what Inukij had in mind when he spoke about partisan actions. Iagata also mentions the accession of Sokolnikov to the conspiratorial center after Kamina's arrest. At that time Inukij told me that in the place of the arrested Kamina the Trotskyite Zinovievite bloc had promoted Sokolnikov into the general center of the conspiracy. Inukij told me that in the conspiracy's new orientation Sokolnikov's role had first-class importance. Iagata echoes Radek's conclusion that the assassination of Kirov was counterproductive for the conspiracy. He claims that this lack of support among the Soviet population is what turned them towards Germany. Second, the Kirov murder caused great alertness by the party and the whole country to the Trotskyite and Zinovievite cadres, and we could not count upon any kind of support within the country. Watchfulness, about which people shout on every street corner, will cost the heads of our people, Inukij told me. These were the considerations that lay at the basis of the orientation of the conspiracy beginning with 1935, towards Germany. And it was precisely in connection with them that the role of Sokolnikov, who was then the Assistant Commissar for Foreign Affairs, in the General Conspiratorial Center had special meaning, because contact with official circles in Germany could be established through him. Question: you say that contact with the Germans could be established through Sokolnikov. But wasn't this possibility realized? Answer: I cannot say. At that time during my talk with Inukij we only spoke of possibilities. Whether they were realized after that, I don't know. Elsewhere we have analyzed a statement in an unpublished confession by Sokolnikov that a Japanese official had approached him and informed him that the Japanese were in contact with Trotsky. 125. 125 furr, evidence 66-68. Iagata returned to the question of Kirov's murder briefly on December 28, 1937. Here he explained how he objected to individual terrorism, and why he at length relented to the demands of the Zinovievites and Trotskyites yet kept a certain distance from the assassination. Question: that means we can confirm that Vr. Menzinsky and M.A. Peshkov were killed by your direct order, and that in both cases you acted out of base person reasons? Answer: yes, that is true. I admit my guilt in this. I would like to tell about the circumstances that forced me to commit this even more monstrous crime, the organization of the killing of such persons as V.V. Kuibyshev and A.M. Gorky. Question: tell us. Answer: at one of these interrogations I told how the Unified Center of the Right Trotskyite organization carried out its decision about the murder of S.M. Kirov. I told also about how I did not take part in this decision. Moreover, when Inukij informed me about it, I protested. And it is clear to you, of course, why I did so. I feared direct terrorist acts because I was responsible for the security of members of the government. In the transcripts of my previous interrogations it is written that I was forced to warn Zaporozhets not to hinder the terrorist act against S.M. Kirov. You know all this already from my confessions, but I did not tell everything then. What did I remain silent about? I did not tell how, when Inukij told me in the summer of 1934 about the decision to organize a terrorist act against S.M. Kirov, I proposed to him my own variant of killing Kirov by means of death from disease. I also told him then that this method had already been verified by me in practice, and that it was also safe for me, as assistant chairman of the OGPU, responsible for security. Inukij rejected my proposal in relation to S.M. Kirov. He explained that the Zinovievites and Trotskyites were organizing a terrorist act against Kirov and that our job was simply not to hinder them, nothing more. Death from disease will not have the necessary resonance in the country. We must test how the country will react to the shooting of Kirov, Inukij told me. But at the same time Inukij also seized upon my proposed method. He made me inform him in detail about how, technically, and who concretely would carry it out. I told him. A little while later Inukij again asked me to drop in on him. He told me that he had informed the center about my method, and that it had been decided to implement it without delay. The passage above concerning the medical murders of Gorky's son and of Iagata's former boss Menzinsky confirm Iagata's sensational testimony at the March 1938 trial. This testimony is widely, if not quite universally, dismissed today as a fabrication. However, the Genrik Iagata volume contains pre-trial testimony from a number of figures besides Iagata that bears witness to such a conspiracy. Moreover, there's nothing fantastic about it. The NKVD and its successors had a history of assassination by poison made to appear natural. Iagata's final pre-trial remarks concerning Kirov's murder are in his interrogation of January 10, 1938. This includes the passage quoted by Vyshinsky above. In the NKVD I established a counter-revolutionary group of a number of individual officers of the NKVD whom I drew into counter-revolutionary activity. Earlier I have confessed in detail about this counter-revolutionary group and its membership. I also confirm the facts given by me in my earlier confession about my part in the murder of S.M. Kirov. I knew before Inukage that the murder of S.M. Kirov was being prepared by decision of the conspiratorial center. Inukage proposed that I not hinder the organization of this terrorist act, and I agreed to this. With this goal, Zaporozhets was summoned by me from Leningrad, and I instructed him not to hinder the terrorist act against S.M. Kirov that was in preparation. After the freeing of Nikolov, the murderer of S.M. Kirov, when Nikolov was detained the first time, Zaporozhets informed me about this. Yagoda repeated this same version of events later during the trial. Yanukovych insisted that I was not to place any obstacles in the way. The terrorist act, he said, would be carried out by the Trotskyite Zinovyevite group. Owing to this, I was compelled to instruct Zaporozhets, who occupied the post of Assistant Chief of the Regional Administration of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, not to place any obstacles in the way of the terrorist act against Kirov. Some time later, Zaporozhets informed me that the organs of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs had detained Nikolaev, in whose possession a revolver and a chart of the route Kirov usually took had been found. Nikolaev was released. Lino concealed these confessions. It appears that Lino may have deliberately concealed these confessions from his readers. In note 22 on page 786 of his book, Lino writes Vyshinsky. See Mikhail Ilinsky, Narkom Yagoda, Dvadsat v. Mask made extensive use of 1937 to 1938 depositions from Gubin, Zaporozhets, other Leningrad NKVD officers, Yagoda and Yagoda's former deputy Bulanov, extracted under torture and used to incriminate Yagoda at the March 1938 trial. Lino employs the verbiage of torture when he wishes to dismiss without consideration some testimony that fails to fit into his preconceived schema. We'll analyze his use of torture as smokescreen later. Vyshinsky's discussion of the legal definition of complicity, which we reproduced above from the trial transcript, proves that Yagoda never recanted his confession, as Lino claimed. Yagoda only retracted one sentence, his admission of complicity. Lino had to know this, of course, and therefore has concealed this from his readers. Chapter 16. Bukharin and Kotolinov. On page 135 of Lino's study we read: Vyborg Ward Party Secretary Peter Smorodin sponsored a request by the physicist and secret police collaborator D.L. Talmud that OGPU chief Philip Medved assign the former Leningrad Komsomol official Ivan Kotolinov, now an ex-Zinovievite, to work in his lab. Lino does not return to the question of Bukharin's recommendation of Kotolinov. The entry on Bukharin in the index of Lino's book has a number of subheadings, but this reference is simply lumped in with other miscellaneous references to him. Lino gives one footnote to this paragraph, though the note does not mention Bukharin. 75 On Talmud's request that Kotolinov be posted to his lab, see Yabaystvo v. Smolnam, Rodina, number 10, 62-66. The reader would never guess from Lino's footnote that this article is devoted entirely to an exploration of the connection between Bukharin and the Kirov murder. The author, Yuri I. Murin, has specialized in studying Bukharin and the March 1938 trial. A firm anti-communist, Murin rejects any suggestion that Bukharin was guilty even of those crimes to which he confessed. But Murin has usefully gathered some primary source evidence of Bukharin's involvement with the Kirov murder. Lino fails even to mention, much less examine, any of this evidence. Here we will consider only the question of Bukharin's recommendation of Kotolinov, reserving discussion of the other evidence linking Bukharin to the Kirov assassination for our chapters on the January 1937 and March 1938 Moscow trials. Bukharin's explanation of his recommendation of Kotolinov is contained in his letter to Stalin of April 15, 1937. This was published separately, also by Murin, In 2000.121 we have been able to compare it with a photocopy of the archival copy of Bukharin's letter that Murin used. 128 This is a long letter written personally to Stalin by Bukharin from the prison where he and Rykov had been confined after their arrest on February 27, 1937 at the conclusion of the discussion of the evidence against them at the February-March 1937 Central Committee plenum. On page 19 of the typescript of this letter Bukharin writes: in the concluding remarks of N.I. Ezhov at the plenum, as evidence that I also supposedly maintained contact with my friends whom I have condemned, there figured two of my letters. 1. To E. Yaroslavsky concerning Vladimir Slepkov, and 2. To Medved concerning Katalinov. The last letter can be explained in this way: D.L. Talmud, a physicist and GPU employee, whom I had helped in constructing a laboratory of special assignment under GPU direction, came to me. He asked me to write Medved to give him. I wrote in this same letter to Medved about this and instructed him that it was necessary to verify case specially along these lines. So, what kind of contact is this? What kind of correspondence with friends is this letter of mine to a chief of the GPU at the request of an employee of the GPU? 127 Murin, Iri. No ia to Zineu, to ia prav. Pis moni. Bukharina lv. Stalinu is vnutreni I tir my nkvd. Istaknik, number 3, 46-58. 128 The archival identifiers given by Murin are handwritten on the first page of this copy. But they are written incorrectly. The precise archival identifiers are given at the end of the letter in larger handwriting, and show that Murin misread starting page 129 as 127. Bukharin refers to two letters that Ezhov produced at the February-March 1937 plenum. Lino never discusses them or anything about the context in which Bukharin's recommendation of Kotalinov came to light. We examine it here as it bears directly on the question of evidence against Bukharin. In the course of his detailed indictment of Bukharin before the Central Committee plenum in February 1937, Ezhov cited evidence that Bukharin, along with Rykov, had continued to be involved in a hostile oppositional fraction against the Stalin leadership while claiming to have long ago abandoned any opposition. That is, Ezhov accused Bukharin of dvyurushnичество or two-facedness, a subject that we explore in another chapter of the present work. Immediately before discussing the two letters mentioned above, Ezhov cites some evidence that we can now verify. Ezhov said 3 main charges were presented. First, that Bukharin and Rykov, after they had given statements about their full submission to the party and their renunciation of their right opportunist views, deceived the party, two-facedly disguised themselves. While renouncing their right opportunist views they retained their fraction, the members of whom went underground, continued to stand on their old political platform, did not cease their struggle against the party, and submitted only to their own internal fractional discipline. For the leadership of this fraction a center, which continued to exist until recently, had already been established in 1928. Bukharin and Rykov were very active participants and members of the center. In 1929 Bukharin personally told the Swiss communist Jules Humbert Draws, a member of the executive committee of the Comintern and one of Bukharin's few supporters on that body, that he and his people intended to kill Stalin. Bukharin m'a dit aussi que ils avaient décidé d'utiliser la terreur individuelle pour essayer de barrasser de Stalin. Bukharin also told me that they had decided to use individual terror to get rid of Stalin. As we have written elsewhere, there is no reason to doubt this evidence. Humbert Draws wrote without any pressure from the NKVD. He was Bukharin's friend and hated Stalin. He had no reason to lie or to exaggerate what he knew. And these are not rumors, since Humbert Draws wrote that he heard of the plans to murder Stalin from Bukharin's own lips. 129. 129 Grover Furr, Vladimir L. Bobrov, Nikolai Bukharin's first statement of confession in the Lubyanka. Cultural Logic 2007-17, n.34. In his famous and influential book on Bukharin, Stephen F. Cohen quoted from Humbert Draw's memoirs. but Cohen failed to inform his readers about the Swiss Communists' revelation that Bukharin and his faction were conspiring to murder Stalin not in 1932, as later testimony also confirms, but as early as 1929 or even perhaps a few months earlier, in 1928.130. By the time Azhov spoke to the February-March 1937 plenum, there had been a great deal of testimony that Bukharin had continued his oppositional activity, including supporting other, especially younger, party members in his fraction hostile to Stalin. At the time of this writing, 5 face-to-face confrontations between Bukharin and his supporters have been published, those with Ostrov, Kulikov, Pyatakov, Radek, and Sosnovsky. We have carefully studied all these accounts elsewhere. 131. 131 Verdict, Vinovan. Ch1 of Furr and Bobrov, 1937. Pravosudie Stalina, 13-63. We hope to publish an English version soon. We have no evidence or any other reason to believe any compulsion was applied to these men. But we can have confidence in the case of one of them. Born in 1898, Valentin Ostrov survived till after the end of the USSR. In 1989 and again in 1993, when anti-communist and anti-Stalin articles were welcomed in the Russian press, Ostrov continued to insist in print that he had not been manhandled, threatened, tortured, or even treated with any disrespect. For example, he stressed that his NKVD investigators never even called him Ty. Ostrov retracted only one statement he had made in the 1930s, that he had heard Bukharin personally call for terror against Stalin. He refused to retract anything else. No one would have contradicted Ostrov if he had said that his confessions were due to torture or threats. In fact, he would have gained the sympathy of many. Ostrov's account, plus that of Humbert Draws, constitutes strong evidence that Bukharin continued his clandestine oppositional activities after having publicly sworn off them. 132. 132 It is likely that Ostrov lied when he stated that he did not really hear Bukharin call for terror against Stalin. During the 1940s, Ostrov had boasted of his role in helping to unmask the Rights. And we know from Humbert Draws that Bukharin was plotting Stalin's assassination as early as 1928. Letter to Radek, 1932. After passing very briefly over the second accusation against Bukharin and Rykov, Azhov continued. And, third, we have accused Bukharin and Rykov of having had direct recourse to a bloc with Trotskyites, Zinovievites, leftists, SRs, Mensheviks, and with all the other fractional groupings that had long since been smashed, in order to attain their end of overthrowing the Leninist-Stalinist leadership. In a bloc with all the enemies of the Soviet Union, they adopted the method of terror, organizing an armed insurrection, and to sabotage. Thanks to the opening of the Harvard Trotsky Archive in 1980, we now know that a bloc of this nature was indeed formed with Trotsky's approval. In January 1986, American historian Arch Getty revealed that the Trotsky Archive at Harvard, closed to the public until 1980, had been purged. Someone had removed materials from it at some point before it was opened. In Getty's words, at the time of the Moscow show trials, Trotsky denied that he had any communications with the defendants since his exile in 1929. Yet it is now clear that in 1932 he sent secret personal letters to former leading oppositionists Karl Radek, G. Sokolnikov, E. Preobrazhensky, and others. While the contents of these letters are unknown, it seems reasonable to believe that they involved an attempt to persuade the addressees to return to opposition. 18. Getty's note to this passage reads as follows. 18 Trotsky Papers, 15,821. Unlike virtually all Trotsky's other letters, no copies of these remain in the Trotsky Papers. It seems likely that they have been removed from the papers at some time. Only the certified mail receipts remain. In his 1985 book, Getty was less hesitant in concluding that the archive had been purged. He also revealed some new information about dates and destinations for some of the missing letters. Although Trotsky later denied that he had any communications with former followers in the USSR since his exile in 1929-19, it is clear that he did. In the first 3 months of 1932 he sent secret letters to former oppositionists Radek, Sokholnikov, Preobrazhensky and others. 20 Although the contents of these letters are unknown, it seems reasonable to believe that they involved an attempt to persuade the addressees to return to opposition. The two footnotes. The Dewey Commission, The Case of Leon Trotsky, New York, 1937, 91, 264, 273. See also Bulletin of the Opposition No. 52-3, October 1936, 38-41K. Trotsky Papers 2, 15821. The letters are dated from April 1932 to December 1932. Those to Sokholnikov and Preobrazhensky were sent to London, that to Radek in Geneva. Other letters were sent to Kollontai and Litvinov. Copies of these letters have been removed from Trotsky's papers, but whoever removed them failed to retrieve the certified mail receipt signed by Trotsky's secretaries. Getty concluded the footnote of his 1986 article with these words. At his 1937 trial, Karl Radek testified that he had received a letter from Trotsky containing terrorist instructions, but we do not know whether this was the letter in question. But we can in fact be certain that this was indeed the letter in question. In his testimony at the January 1937 trial, Radek mentioned a number of letters from Trotsky, beginning with one that he received in February 1932. A little later Radek said, "Preliminarily, that preparations were being made, I learned from the letter Trotsky wrote to me in February-March 1932. We have obtained copies of the certified mail receipts of Trotsky's letters from the Houghton Library, Harvard University. The receipt of the letter to Radek is dated March 3, 1932. Radek stated, Radek, this was after I received the letter from Trotsky. The letter from Trotsky was received in February or March 1932. This is strong evidence that the letter of which Radek is speaking was the same one as the letter purged from Trotsky's archive." Radek described the contents of this letter of Trotsky's as follows. Radek, Trotsky wrote that the information he possessed led him to conclude that I had become convinced that he was right, and that without the realization of the Trotskyite demands the policy would find itself at an impasse. Trotsky further wrote that since he knew me to be an active person he was convinced that I would return to the struggle. Vyshinsky, and did Trotsky summon you to the struggle? Radek, at the end of the letter Trotsky wrote approximately as follows, you must bear in mind the experience of the preceding period and realize that for you there can be no returning to the past, that the struggle has entered a new phase and that the new feature in this phase is that either we shall be destroyed together with the Soviet Union, or we must raise the question of removing the leadership. The word terrorism was not used, but when I read the words removing the leadership, it became clear to me what Trotsky had in mind. Trotsky informed me that not only the Trotskyites but also the Zinovievites had decided to return to the struggle and that negotiations for union were underway. Sidov's letter to Trotsky, partially reprinted in French translation by Bruy, confirms Radek's words about the Zinovievites. Has been organized. In it have entered the Zinovievites, the Stenlomanids group and the Trotskyists. As a result, Radek testified, a plot to assassinate Sergei Kirov, party leader in Leningrad, was hatched in April 1933, and Kirov was actually killed in December 1934. Remove the leadership. Radek claimed that in February or March 1932. We know now that it was on March 3, 1932 he had received a letter from Trotsky while he, Radek, was in Geneva. That letter was a directive to remove the leadership which Radek understood to mean through terror. Getty surmised that this letter involved an attempt to persuade the addressee to return to opposition. Radek confirmed that Trotsky's letter did contain such an appeal but that it closed by saying we must raise the question of removing the leadership. The terms ustrani and ustraneni are used many times by the defendants in the first Moscow trial. All claimed that they understood it in the way Radek did as meaning assassination. It was natural that they did so, for there was no other means of removing the leadership aside from winning a majority of the Central Committee, something they had been unable to do during the 1920s when they could campaign openly within the party in the USSR. According to Valentin Astrov, Bukharin used exactly the same words in speaking to his clandestine faction. I return to my exposition of Bukharin's speech at the January 1930 meeting. Bukharin said that it was not possible to determine how long the period of uprisings would be. It might last for a number of years. It was possible that during the process of the struggle for power it would be necessary to conclude temporary blocks with the SRS or the Mensheviks. Bukharin focused on Stalin's very important role and said that as the main force in this leadership it would be necessary at any cost to remove Stalin. Trotsky later wrote publicly that by Ustraith he did not mean kill. According to Astrov, the meaning of the admittedly ambivalent word received clarification at the same conspiratorial meeting of January 1930. Bukharin further referred to the approaching military intervention and said that the USSR in its present condition and with the policy of the Stalin leadership would be unable to defeat the imperialists. In the case of intervention, the Rights should make use of the wartime situation, preserve their underground organization for the continuation of the struggle to overthrow the Stalin leadership. The participants in the meeting who spoke after Bukharin expressed solidarity with him. In his speech, Kuzmin spoke out for the tactic of a palace coup, with the arrests of Stalin and of other members of the Soviet government. Kuzmin's speech ended with his loud declaration, which he made in the heat of extraordinary hostility, "Give me a revolver and I will shoot Stalin." He was asked not to shout about this, since people under the window might be listening. Slepkov said that hatred of Stalin is a sacred hatred, but that it should not be expressed so loudly. A few days later, in Maritsky's apartment in my and Kuzmin's presence, Bukharin said to Kuzmin that such legitimate wishes, generally speaking such as "I will kill Stalin," must not be expressed where many people are present, since the GPU might find out about it. Later in the same statement, Astrov recounted the story of how Bukharin had told him in the summer of 1931 that Stalin must be killed, since there was no other way to take the party leadership into our hands. I remember my conversation with Bukharin that took place in the summer of 1931 or 1932, during which Bukharin this time in a direct manner stated the necessity of killing Stalin. Developing this thought further, Bukharin emphasized that once Stalin was gone no one could consolidate the party, and that would give us the possibility to take the leadership in our hands. The only thing that Astrov later denied was that he had heard Bukharin expressly utter the word kill. The bloc. As we have seen, in 1932 Trotsky and Sedov wrote of a bloc between the Trotskyites, the Zinovievites, and the Stenlomanids group, and that in January 1937 Radek also spoke of a bloc formed in 1932 between the Trotskyites and Zinovievites. Astrov testified that Bukharin had announced to his clandestine faction, also in 1932, the need to form a bloc with the Trotskyites. In the fall of 1924 Bukharin, with Slepkov present, told me that we must make up with Trotsky at any cost, so as to later form a bloc with him against the Stalin leaders and change the Leninist line of the party in his, Bukharin's, direction. In particular, Slepkov made a similar reference in his speech at the illegal conference of Bukharinites at the end of August 1932, in explaining the necessity of a bloc of rights with the Trotskyites. In the spring of 1932 Slepkov in his apartment directly expressed to me the necessity of killing Stalin and informed me that the center of rights had moved to the tactic of terror. Parallel to this, the practical formulation of our former idea about a bloc with the other counter-revolutionary and white Gurdist organizations was proceeding. At the beginning of 1932 Slepkov in his apartment at a meeting of the active members of the organization explained the necessity of concluding a bloc with the Trotskyites. He said that the Trotskyites had accepted the economic platform of the Rights and the Rights, the inter-party platform of the Trotskyites. The tactic of terror united us. Disagreements between us and the Trotskyites are not essential. Slepkov informed the meeting that his point of view concerning the necessity of concluding a bloc with the Trotskyites had been confirmed with Bukharin, that is, with the center of the Rights, and the meeting adopted this viewpoint. A few days later at Slepkov's apartment with Meritsky present, Bukharin confirmed the necessity of such a bloc. At the first session of the conference, Slepkov informed those present that Sten had recently come to him and had proposed to conclude a bloc with them in the name of the group of leftists. Astrov described how the Bukharinist group discussed the need for blocs with the leftist Sten-Lomanids group, with SRs, and with Mensheviks. As we've seen, Sidov informed Trotsky of the formation of a bloc between the Trotskyites, Zinovievites, and the Sten-Lomanids group. Sidov and Trotsky cannot possibly have been lying in their letters to one another. Astrov cannot have been lying either. He could have written anything at all in 1993, when his last published article on this matter appeared. If he had claimed he had been tortured, beaten, threatened, no one would have been able or willing to refute him. Indeed, such testimony would have been welcomed by those who are already committed to the proposition that all the testimony of the accused is false. Instead, Astrov refused to do any of this. The two Bukharin letters. We recall that in the April 15, 1937 letter to Stalin, Bukharin referred to two letters brought forth by Ezhov. In the concluding remarks of N.I. Ezhov at the plenum, as evidence that I also supposedly maintained contact with my friends whom I have condemned, there figured two of my letters. 1. To E. Yaroslavsky concerning Vladimir Slepkov, and 2. To Medved concerning Katalinov. At the plenum on February 26, 1937, Ezhov described the letter about Vladimir Slepkov as follows. Moving on a second argument, he says, you see, have long since distanced myself from all these people, have called them counter-revolutionaries, have not defended them, and therefore they are naturally angry at me and are slandering me. Here I will show Bukharin several documents, about how he has distanced himself. He really did distance himself from Slepkov, that is, more accurately, he distanced himself from all the Slepkov brothers, distanced himself a long time ago, after their arrest, and in particular distanced himself from the Slepkov, when he was expelled from the party and arrested. Here I mean Vladimir Slepkov. And nonetheless a little time later he secretly phoned Emelian Yaroslavsky and, having first asked him, sent him a letter. I tell you about this because he was arrested, expelled from the party, and after that you write Emelian. But that's not true, you know very well that he had a direct relationship. Wait, listen to the documents, be patient. He writes a letter about Slepkov, the youngest of the brothers. I can only say that I know very well that Vladimir Slepkov has never taken part in any trouble or fractional activities. It is possible that he had some doubts at one time, but he has kept himself politically at a distance from Alexander. And he asks that he be readmitted to the party. He is writing this to Yaroslavsky. In fact, he knows very well that Vladimir Slepkov, just like Vasily, took part in that famous meeting in Pokrovsk-Streshnevo, where there were 17 people, where Kuzmin first stated that if everything depends on Stalin, then let's remove him. All of them talk about this and talk about it openly, just like Vasily and Vladimir Slepkov, who have been in this organization from the moment of its existence, that is, from the moment when their brothers recruited them. This Vladimir Slepkov took part in almost all the meetings. Yes, he was living in Leningrad, quite true. This same Slepkov is arrested in 1933 and then is released and is expelled from the party, and in 1934 Nikolai Ivanovich Bukharin intercedes for this person and then says that they are slandering me because I distanced myself from them. That's how his two-faced behavior is evidence, even in these small details. In his April 15, 1937 letter to Stalin from prison, Bukharin tried to explain this accusation as follows. The letter about Vlad Slepkov. I received by mail an almost insane letter from Vlad Slepkov. I had never seen him and did not know that this Volodya was one of the Slepkov group. And I then wrote a letter to the CCC, to E. Yaroslavsky. Not to Slepkov, but to a member of the party troika of the CCC. And this is a sin? And this is my contact with the Slepkovites whom I have condemned. However, In his January 1937 statement, Valentin Astrov specifically implicated Vladimir Slepkov as well as his brothers. In 1928 to 1930 our filial groups were created and conducted underground work, with the following membership: Samara Slepkov, Levin, Areff, Eva, Krotov, Vorobeva, Galina Shalakhova, Zhirov. Saratov, Petrovsky, Zaitsev, Slepkov, Shalakhova, Zaitseva, Lavina, Alexandrov, Lapkin, Ivanov, and others. Kazan Vas. Slepkov. Ivanovoi, Bashenkov, Bolshakov, Bogdanov, Abalin. Leningrad Maritsky, Eichenwald, 6. Slepkov, Kanin, and others. Astrov also discussed the conference in Pokrovsko-Streshnovo to which Ezhov referred, saying that V. Slepkov was present, but we can't tell whether this was Vasily or Vladimir. Ezhov may have been confusing two separate meetings. After outlining the meeting at Pokrovsko-Streshnovo in the winter of 1930-1, Astrov spoke as follows. At another meeting in this same apartment of Maritsky's that same winter of 1930-31, Tsetlin, in Bukharin's presence, talked about the relationship of the rights to Trotskyism as follows: "We just once and for all admit," said Tsetlin, "that in inter-party questions we were incorrect in 1923-1928 and the Trotskyists were completely correct. They saw earlier than we did where the Stalin regime was leading us." This is where Kuzmin interrupted Tsetlin, crying out, "Kill Stalin!" Astrov refused to recant his testimony on this point, so there is no reason to doubt that Vladimir Slepkov was in fact involved in the underground opposition group. As leader of this group, it is hardly possible that Bukharin would not have known about Vladimir Slepkov's participation, even if he were less active than his brothers, and we do not know that. Vladimir Slepkov's participation would fully explain Bukharin's letter on his behalf to Yaroslavsky, since it was the plan of the underground opposition groups to penetrate the party. Therefore it would expose Bukharin as a double dealer, just as Ezhov charged. Bukharin's letter to Medved about Kotolinov 133. Bukharin does not dispute Ezhov's summary of and quotations from the letter, which is as follows. The second document is also such a friendship, rather suspicious. There was a famous little man, the terrorist Katolinov, the organizer of the murder of Kirov, the person who directed Nikolov. So here, you see, also in 1934 Bukharin writes to Medved in Leningrad. He writes, "Dear Comrade Medved, you lack one worker," and then he asks, "It would be good to unload some administrative matters. You have in Leningrad a young man, Vanya Katolinov." In a word, he sends him a detailed character reference from the words of others, tells him that Smirnodanov can recommend him. Then he writes, "I leave to one side that he was expelled from the party, and only know that I have heard about him as a very talented party volunteer." Yes, but that's neither here nor there. A strange acquaintance with terrorists. 133. This is only part of the context in which we should consider Bukharin's letter recommending Kotolinov. For by February 26, 1937, the date of Ezhov's report, the second Moscow trial of January 23 to 30, 1937 had concluded. Of course, the testimony against Bukharin at that trial also forms a part of the context in which Ezhov gave his report about Bukharin's two letters. In another part of this present study we examine how the Kirov assassination figured in the January 1937 trial. Concerning Bukharin's letter to Yaroslavsky, Ezhov pointed out that Bukharin wrote a recommendation that Vladimir Slepkov, expelled from the party, be admitted, all the while knowing that he was a member of an underground oppositional faction. Astrov had testified that Bukharin actively led this clandestine opposition group in which Vladimir Slepkov was a member of the Leningrad branch. Bukharin did not deny writing this letter or Ezhov's characterization of its contents. But Bukharin claimed he did not know of Vladimir Slepkov's oppositional activity, thus directly contradicting Astrov's testimony. Bukharin's only response to the testimony of Astrov and of others, apparently many others of his followers who testified against him, was that they had it in for him since he had attacked and criticized them. In his letter to Stalin, Bukharin did not even try to explain why he would recommend reinstatement in the party for a person in a psychiatric hospital who had written him one insane letter and who had been expelled from the party not long before. Stalin could hardly have failed to notice this omission. Moreover, Bukharin wrote not to Slepkov's original party body, to the next highest body, or to any of the Leningrad party leadership. He did not even write to Kirov, whom Bukharin professed to admire. Instead, Bukharin went right to the top, to Emelian Yaroslavsky, member of the Central Control Commission. Yaroslavsky was not only a person who could directly urge that someone be readmitted to party membership. It was also unlikely that he would have known about Vladimir Slepkov. The leading party bodies in Leningrad, and of course Kirov himself, would have known about Slepkov and his oppositional past. Thus it appears that Bukharin was trying to get Slepkov readmitted to the party by going over the heads of the Leningrad party organization. It would have made no sense for any ordinary party member to recommend a person like Vladimir Slepkov. But it would indeed make sense if Bukharin knew that Slepkov was a co-conspirator. The whole point of the double-dealing tactic was to bore from within, to retain as many, and as powerful, positions in the party as possible. It is hard to explain Bukharin's action in any other way. At the very least it would have excited suspicion. It is in this context that we need to view Bukharin's letter recommending Kotalinov to Medved. While insisting that he did not know him personally, Bukharin wrote a letter recommending Kotalinov to a position as an administrator in the Leningrad NKVD, despite the fact that Kotalinov had been expelled from the party for oppositional activity. Here too Bukharin was going over the head of the Leningrad party leadership, including Kirov. Any investigator would wonder why he would do that. Bukharin's explanation that he had done this because Talmud had asked him to do so would not have excused Bukharin's action either. Party members were supposed to recommend persons whom they knew and in whom they had confidence. We possess evidence that Bukharin had long known about Kotalinov and his oppositional sympathies. At the 7th Congress of the Komsomol in March 1926, Kotalinov spoke up against the supporters of Stalin. "Comrades, we must take a look at the psychology of a few party workers who are carrying out these transfers. They show this kind of psychology. Whom do you support? Are you a Stalinist or not? If you are not a Stalinist, press him, crush him, drive him far away so we don't hear even a squeak from him." In our organization this has nothing in common with a Leninist upbringing, and it must be clearly explained that our organization is not Stalinist, but Leninist. 134. 134.7 Jest Vysasu Ioznikje Leninskogo Komunistического Swaozmolodezi. 11-22 Martin 1926 Godo. Stenografishesky p. 108. Kotalinov's speech is recorded on pages 104 to 108 of the transcript, at the 5th session. Bukharin was present and spoke during the 9th session. His speech is on pages 230 to 258. At the 15th Party Congress, Kotalinov, as well as Bakov, Gurdik, Evdokimuov, Kamina, Kuklin, Levin, and Rumiantsev, all of whom reappear in the Kirov case, were expelled from the party as activists in the Trotskyite opposition. Kotalinov's name, spelled Katalinov 135 just as Bukharin spelled it in his letter to Stalin, is in the list of expellees on pages 1247 and 1318 of the transcript of the Congress. The letter, signed by many expellees agreeing with the party's line, renouncing oppositional activity, and requesting reinstatement in the party, is in the appendix on pages 1334 to 1335. It is countersigned by Kamina, who states that he has verified the signatures of all the co-signers, and dated December 3, 1927. 135 In most parts of Russia an unstressed O is pronounced as though it were a short A, so Kotalinov would be pronounced Katalinov, with stress on the third syllable. Bukharin spoke several times during this Congress. he would probably have voted in favor of the expulsions. We know from Bukharin's friend Humbert Draws that at this very time Bukharin was already fractionalizing against Stalin and probably already discussing plans to kill him. Kotalinov was a prominent Leningrad Zinovyevite and one of those reinstated along with Kamina. It seems more than unlikely that Bukharin would not have known who Kotalinov was. 136 Rather, it appears likely that Bukharin knew that Kotalinov was an active underground oppositionist, a Zinovyevite allied with his own rightists and with clandestine Trotskyists in the bloc that was planning to assassinate Kirov, Stalin, and others. 136 My thanks to my colleague Vladimir L. Bobrov of Moscow, who informed me of the references to Kotalinov in the 7th Komsomol and 15th Party Congresses. Conclusion. Ezhov said that the two letters of Bukharin's constituted a strange acquaintance with terrorists. Strange, that is, if Bukharin were innocent of any clandestine oppositional activity, as he claimed to be. But given all of the evidence available by February 26, 1937 of Bukharin's involvement with an underground rightist conspiracy, it must have appeared unlikely to the investigators that his recommendation of Kotalinov, whom he admitted he did not know, was simply a very strange coincidence. Investigators, like historians, are professionally suspicious of coincidences. Evidence given at the January 1937 and March 1938 Moscow trials indicated that Bukharin agreed with the tactic of terror. In the March 1938 trial, Iagata and Vyshinsky expressed disbelief that Bukharin could have been ignorant of the fact that a plan was afoot to murder Kirov. But Bukharin's letter in favor of Kotalinov was apparently never raised again, either in the trials whose transcripts we have or in those few pre-trial investigative materials that have been released to researchers. So either Bukharin did not know that Kotalinov was in a secret Zinovyevite group that was preparing an assassination attempt upon Kirov, or the prosecution was not able to prove that he did and so did not raise this matter at the March 1938 Moscow trial. That would not mean his recommendation of Kotalinov was necessarily innocent. We do not have whatever investigation materials are available on Talmud, on whose behalf Bukharin claimed he wrote the letter in question. Talmud's name does not appear in the most extensive list of victims of Stalinism, the list maintained by the Memorial Society. The biographical information available about him is extremely sketchy and cites no repression. 137. 137 http://www.ipme.nw.ru/mirrors/pran/www/info/44/4429.htma Stalin Prize Laureate, Talmud signed the unpublished letter to Pravda in early 1953 critical of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee and the Joint Distribution Committee. A slightly longer biography of Talmud at the semi-official Alexander Iakov site mentions no collaboration with the NKVD. See http://www.alexandriakovleft.org/almanach/inside/almanach-doc/person/100407. The text of the unpublished letter is available in many places, including at http://www.alexandriakovleft.org/almanach/inside/almanach-doc/55578. Chapter 17. Lyashkov's essay. NKVD General Genrik Samailovich Lyashkov defected to the Japanese on June 13, 1938 by crossing the border into Japanese-occupied Manchuria. He gave some press conferences and wrote articles attacking Stalin and the Soviet Party and government. In at least one press conference, a report of which was published in Asahi Shimbun on July 2, 1938 and in Yomiuri Shinbun the following day, and in a long article in the Japanese journal Kaizo of March 1939 Lyashkov discussed the Kirov assassination. As an NKVD investigator, Lyashkov had been directly involved in the Kirov assassination investigation and the later interrogations of Zinoviev and Kamina prior to their August 1936 trial. On pages 680 to 1 Lino prints an English translation of Lyashkov's press statement of July 3, 1938. This brief document has long been available in Russian translation. Point 138 on pages 681 to 686. Lino publishes a translation of that part of the Kaizo article in which Lyashkov discusses the Kirov assassination at much greater length. As far as we can determine, this article has never been published in full in English or Russian translation. We have arranged for a complete translation into English of Lyashkov's Kaizo article and will refer to it here. 138. See the entry in the Russian language Wikipedia at http://ru.wikipedia.org/comma___ and at the biographical site at http://bio-l/l/juzhkov_gs.php. Lino states that Lyashkov's account is of primary importance for our knowledge of the Kirov assassination. Lyashkov's evidence, which has been ignored or downplayed by Western writers on the Kirov killing, is in fact the most important in the case. In this chapter I study Lyashkov's account in detail. This detailed study concludes that Lino is mistaken about the value of Lyashkov's article in understanding the Kirov assassination. I will demonstrate that Lyashkov deliberately falsified his writings in order to make anti-Soviet, and specifically anti-Stalin, propaganda for the Japanese. My study shows that, ironically, Lino is correct, though not at all for the reasons he states. Lyashkov is in fact the most important evidence, but not of the Kirov assassination. Rather, it turns out that Lyashkov is the most direct non-Soviet testimony that the conspiracies during 1936 to 1938 in the USSR, and specifically the 1938 Moscow trial and the military conspiracies known to history as the Tukhachevsky affair of 1937, later discussed by defendants in the 1938 Moscow trial, really did exist. Lino notes correctly that all the alleged conspiracies, from the Kirov affair in 1934 to the block of Rights and Trotskyists in 1938, were linked to each other by overlapping leadership and intercommunication. This is why the NKVD referred to them all as the Klubok, or Tangle. As we have seen in our study of the March 1938 Moscow trial, the defendants there testify to their connection with the Zinovievites who murdered Kirov. Therefore Lyashkov provides evidence not that Nikolov was a lone gunman, but of precisely the opposite, that the conspiracies as outlined in the December 1934 Kirov trial and the other Moscow trials were genuine. Our study of Lyashkov's account is in three parts. First, we will examine what Lyashkov wrote on the Kirov assassination in the 1939 Kaizo article as translated by Lino and reprinted in his book. After that we will study the rest of Lyashkov's Kaizo article, the part not translated by Lino. Then we will compare what Lyashkov wrote for publication with what we know he told the Japanese privately. At the end we will return to Lino's view of what Lyashkov wrote. Lyashkov's account of the Kirov affair in Kaizo, March 1939. Lyashkov wrote when no details about the Kirov assassination were available other than what had been published in Soviet newspapers. None of the other evidence, interrogation transcripts, for example, was available. The evidence we have today permits us to immediately discern some of Lyashkov's falsifications simply by reading his 1938 and 1939 accounts. For example, in the July 1938 interview Lyashkov wrote, "Nikolov definitely did not belong to the Zinoviev group." 139. 139. http://www.hrono.ru/bio_l/l/juzhkov_gs.php, Lino, p. 681. In his Kaizo article some months later he had altered this claim. When he was a member of the Komsomol, he had sympathies for the Zinovievite faction. Lino has printed parts of a confession of December 12, 1934 in which Zvezdov specifically identified Nikolov as a member of the Leningrad Center, along with Rumiantsev, Kotolinov, Tsarkov, Severov, Tsetlin, Surov, and Tolmazov. Question: lay out for us the membership of the Center and the other branches of the Leningrad organization. Answer: the membership is as follows. 1. The Leningrad Center. A. Rumiantsev, Vladimir, leader of the organization. B. Kotalinov, Ivan. H. Nikolov, Leonid. Moreover, in a confession of December 13, 1934 in the Fokoganov archive, Tsarkov confirms that Nikolov was a Zinovyevite. Question: what do you know about the murderer of Kirov Nikolov, Leonid? Answer: I know Nikolov through our joint work in the Vyborg region. He is a Zinovyevite. He was closest to Kotalinov. I do not precisely remember whether he took part in our legal struggle with the party during the first years of the appearance of the Trotskyite Zinovyevite bloc, or whether he signed the platform of the bloc, or whether he belonged to the category of persons who remained in an illegal position and did not stand forth openly as members of the organization. Our counter-revolutionary organization bears political responsibility for the terrorist act of L. Nikolov, member of the organization, in whose ranks he was nourished. Tsarkov's confession contains details that we can now confirm from other evidence, including the fact that a Trotskyite Zinovyevite bloc did indeed exist, as we know from Trotsky's own correspondence. As we have seen, Kotalinov agreed that his Zinovyevist group bore responsibility for Nikolov's murder of Kirov since it had nourished in him hostility towards the party. As we have argued above, this could not have happened unless Nikolov were a member of the Zinovyevist group. Finally, Nikolov himself admitted close contact with Kotalinov and the Zinovyevist group. Lyashkov's other remarks concerning the Kirov assassination are of little interest to our inquiry. He insists that Borisov was not killed by Iagada's order but by accident. This corresponds both to the conclusion the NKVD reached in December 1934 and to the position of the Russian government, Kirilina and Lino today. Iagada freely confessed to other heinous crimes, but he always insisted that he had nothing to do with Borisov's death. We examine this testimony elsewhere in this present study. About Kamina and Zinoviev, Lyashkov has little to say except to simply declare their confessions false. The August 1936 show trial, Zinoviev and Kamina were the leaders of the conspiratorial organization and Bakov was presented as the direct organizer. Here I myself can serve as a witness. I was the person who conducted the interrogation of the aforementioned three men and I can confirm that their confessions were completely false. Yagoda transmitted Stalin's orders to me and these orders were embodied in the text of Zinoviev, Kamina and Bakov's confessions. This does not come close to answering the questions that arise just from the evidence that we now have. Why did Zinoviev and Kamina testify as they did in the public trial? Even more important, why did they, and all the other defendants whose confessions we now have, confess in the way they did before the multiple trials of December 1934, January 1935, and the Moscow trial of August 1936? Lyashkov did not have to account for these confessions, they were unknown to the public. 140. Lyashkov was not being quite frank here. We know today that he did not conduct all the interrogations of Zinoviev and Kamina. He was only one of the NKVD investigators who co-signed Zinoviev's interrogation confession of July 28, 1936. Lyashkov was the only NKVD man to co-sign Zinoviev's confession of an unknown date in August, 1936. But Lyashkov was not one of the three NKVD men who co-signed Kamina's confession of August 10, 1936. We have good evidence today that Lyashkov was lying here. Archgetty was apparently the first scholar to see recently opened Ezhov materials. Concerning Zinoviev's and Kamina's pre-trial behavior he writes as follows. By July 23, 144 only the second of these two paragraphs is translated by Lino, 681, I have taken the other from the text at the Russian language Wikipedia page, which is the same as that in the biographical encyclopedia at hrono.ru. See http://ru.wikipedia.org/comma__and http://hrono.ru/biograph/bio_l/l-jews_hkov_gs.php but in private conversations to Japanese officers and others with whom he interacted, Lyashkov incriminated Rykov along with Marshal Blyukher and others. Group of traitors belonging to the staff of the Far Eastern Army, people near to Blyukher himself, such as Pokus, Gilin, Vasnov, Kropakov, and others, tried to get round Blyukher and to draw him into politically dangerous conversations. Blyukher showed them the secret confessions of arrested plotters the authority to do so. After his arrest, Gilin told me that after the recall of Pokus to Moscow, Blyukher, when drinking with them, cursed the NKVD and the arrests recently carried out, and also Voroshilov, Kaganovich, and others. Blyukher told Gilin that before the removal of Rykov he was in connection with him and had often written that the right wing wished to see him at the head of the armed forces of the country. Publicly, Lyashkov was saying that all the conspiracies were fabrications by Stalin. But at the same time he was privately informing the Japanese that serious conspiracies did in fact exist. Moreover, what Lyashkov told the Japanese is consistent with the charges at the January 1937 and March 1938 Moscow trials and with the charges against the military conspirators, both the Tykhaevsky affair figures and those against military and party officials in the Far East. This is important for our purposes because Lyashkov spoke about the Kirov assassination in published articles only. Coax did not know of any such remarks made privately to the Japanese. Since Lyashkov lied in his published materials writings that were first and foremost anti-Soviet propaganda, and since it was only in those published materials that Lyashkov discussed the Kirov assassination, then it follows that, at a minimum, we can't put any store at all in what Lyashkov wrote about the Kirov affair. What's more, Lyashkov wrote in his public article in Kaizo that no conspiracy did or could exist, while at the same time he confirmed to the Japanese that a number of serious conspiracies had indeed existed. That is, we know that the existence of conspiracies is one of the things that Lyashkov deliberately lied about in his public statements. At a news conference on July 13, 1938 called by the Japanese to give the press a chance to ask Lyashkov questions, Lyashkov said the following, as summarized by Coax. Though Lyashkov doubted that there was any basis for it, Gamamik had been charged with conspiring with elements in the Soviet Far East. In particular, Stalin fabricated allegations that the party secretaries in Siberia Y.M. Verekis, Karlnaya, and L.Y. Lavrentiev plotted with Gamarnik and other important individuals to wreck military preparations in the Far East. Here Lyashkov directly contradicted what he was saying privately to the Japanese, to whom he affirmed the existence of a conspiracy or conspiracies involving Gamarnik, Lavrentiev, and others. Head of the political directorate of Red Army Ian Gamarnik was questioned by NKVD men in connection with the arrests of Marshal Tykhaevsky and others, after which he committed suicide. Lyashkov's Kaizo article as propaganda. Cooks discovered that during August 1938, only 2 months after his defection, Lyashkov was transferred from the 5th or Russia section of the 2nd Bureau of the Japanese Army to the 11th subsection of the 8th section. According to Cooks's informants, the Japanese felt that Lyashkov's military knowledge had been exhausted. He was, after all, NKVD, not regular Soviet army. Yabe's successor Asada agrees that Lyashkov came to be viewed as possessing no further intelligence value for the 5th section, which is why he was moved to the 8th section to work in the area of propaganda and subversion, in anticipation of an ultimate outbreak of hostilities between Japan and the Soviet Union. In addition to writing articles and an introduction to at least one anti-Soviet book, Lyashkov recorded anti-Stalin speeches addressed to the Russian people in case of war and wrote leaflets. Lyashkov related other facts to the Japanese that confirm Soviet accusations made at the time. For example, he cited many instances of genuine acts of sabotage. Cooks also recounts more of Lyashkov's information about real military conspiracies in the Far East. Lyashkov's opinion that, with respect to the situation of the Red Army in Siberia, the influence of the anti-group was great and discontent was pent up in the military. Perhaps of most interest to historians of the USSR generally, as well as to our present study, is Lyashkov's outline of the various conspiracies that existed within the Soviet military. Within the Soviet armed forces, elements hostile to the regime existed, universally hostile to Stalin but nurturing differing objectives. One group of commanders had been sincerely loyal to Trotsky, for example, V.K. Putna, V.M. Primakov, and others working in his favor. Another group of Soviet commanders of Polish, German, Lettish, and similar minority backgrounds were disappointed with the course of communism and had resurrected historic feelings, for example, A.I. Kork and R.P. Eidman. Still another grouping of commanders had served in the Tsarist army, favored a military putsch, and had been prepared to cooperate with any other groups, e.g. Tkhayevsky, I.P. Yubarevich, N.D. Kashirin, V. Emerlov, etc. Others who were hostile to the regime and ready to work in opposition had included Gaymarnik, Li Yakir, Sangursky, Arenstam, P.E. Dybenko, N. V. Kuibyshev, I.P. Belov, and M.K. Lewandowski. This account shows some similarities to the description of the different groups of military conspirators that Ezhov gave after his arrest at his interrogation of April 26, 1939. After 3 or 4 days Igorov came to my place again and this time told me in detail about the existence in the WPRA 145 of a group of conspirators consisting of important military men and headed by himself, Igorov. 145 Rabicha Krestianskaya Krasnaya Armia, Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Igorov further gave me the names of the participants of the conspiratorial group that he led: Budyennyi, Dybenko, Shapashnikov, Kashirin, Fedko, the commander of the Transbaikal military district, and a number of other important commanders whose names I will remember and give in a supplement. Further, Igorov said that in the WPRA there exist 2 more groups competing with each other, the Trotskyist group of Gaymarnik, Yakir, and Yubarevich, and the officer Bonapartist group of Tkhayevsky. 146. 146 I have put an English translation of the complete text of Ezhov's confession of April 26, 1939 online at http://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/ezhov042639ang.html. The Russia original is also online at my site at http://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/ezhovru.html. Ezhov called the Gaymarnik-Yakir group Trotskyist. Putna and Primakov had been closely connected to Trotsky in the 1920s. Ezhov's Bonapartist group headed by Tkhayevsky corresponds to Lyashkov's group that had been Tsarist officers and favored a military putsch. Of interest as well is that both Lyashkov and Ezhov described Marshal Semyon Budyennyi as a conspirator. Lyashkov informed the Japanese as follows: "What was happening to Blyukher was happening to others at the top of the army." Thus Marshal S.M. Budennyi's difficulties were caused by his playing with various plotters. In this second article, Cooks confirms that Lyashkov was working on anti-Stalinist strategy and propaganda in late 1938. The importance of Lyashkov's testimony. Lino correctly notes that Lyashkov had inside knowledge of the investigation of the Kirov assassination. He could have added, of the investigation of Zinoviev and Kamina, and of the Far Eastern region as well. Lino also writes, moreover, Lyashkov gave his evidence outside the Soviet Union, free from the dictates of the party line, and under the protection of the Japanese military police. Lino also draws upon Cooks's important articles, to which he refers repeatedly. Lino correctly points out that Lyashkov's testimony about NKVD operations is consistent with other sources, that he told the truth about his private meeting with Stalin, that Lyashkov's estimate of the numbers of arrests and executions is in line with what recent research has disclosed. But Lino neglects to mention the important information in Cooks's article outlined above, although he obviously knew about it. Lyashkov's confirmation to the Japanese of the existence of a number of important conspiracies, plus the knowledge that he deliberately concealed their existence in his public writings, undermines Lino's hypothesis about the Kirov case and the other conspiracies and trials of the 1930s. To summarize, Cooks showed that there is a big contradiction between what Lyashkov said in his news conference and published articles, and what he privately told the Japanese. Lyashkov informed the Japanese that real conspiracies did exist and were widespread in the USSR. Cooks pointed out that Lyashkov was explicitly working for Japanese military propaganda. Lyashkov inculpated many of the military figures tried and executed as conspirators. Lyashkov explicitly implicated Rykov. He told the Japanese, for a long time Diribus had been in contact with Rykov and was the latter's hidden conspirator. Blyukher told Gillen that before the removal of Rykov he was in connection with Rum and had often written that the right wing wished to see Rum at the head of the armed forces of the country. These statements are broadly consistent with testimony at the March 1938 Moscow trial, at which Rykov was a defendant. Rykov, Bukharin, and others testified there about their contacts with conspirators in Siberia. We also now have a few selections of interrogations of Blyukher in 1938. In one of them Blyukher explicitly mentions a letter from Rykov that stated exactly what Lyashkov said. The beginning of my contact with the rights took place in 1930. These political waverings and unsteadiness of mind became known to Rykov and permitted Rykov in 1930 to write to me an anti-party and anti-Soviet letter, which I hid from the party, and in which he spoke of his desire to see me at the head of the military. 147. 147 Nikolai Velikhanov. Izmina Marshalov. M. Algorithm, 2008. Interrogation of Blyukher of November 6, 1938, p. 343. Emphasis added, G.F. This agrees with Cooks's account of what his Japanese informants told him about Lyashkov's words, already quoted above. Blyukher told Gillen that before the removal of Rykov he was in connection with him and had often written that the right wing wished to see him at the head of the armed forces of the country. Other snippets of interrogations of Blyukher implicate Diribus, Lavrentiev, Pokus, Arenstam, and other figures whom Lyashkov identified as participants in the military conspiracy in the Far East. Lyashkov's statements to the Japanese confirm them. By the same token, Lyashkov's statements to the Japanese refute the notion that these statements were false, the result of torture, threat, or simple NKVD fabrication. Leno's hypothesis refuted. Leno wrote that Lyashkov's testimony is in fact the most important in the case. We can now see that Leno's statement, in the form he meant it, is false as referring to Lyashkov's statements at the July 1938 press conference and his March 1939 Kaizo article. Ironically, however, Leno's statement is true, but in a sense Leno did not intend. For the information Lyashkov gave privately about the conspiracies to the Japanese military was indeed given outside the Soviet Union, free from the dictates of the party line, and under the protection of the Japanese military police, as Leno stated. Someone might object to this conclusion on the following grounds. Thanks to Cooks we know that Lyashkov lied when he stated in pages 118 to 119 of his Kaizo article, quoted above, that no conspiracy did or could exist. We know that because he privately informed the Japanese that serious conspiracies did indeed exist. So we know Lyashkov lied about those conspiracies about which he told the Japanese. But Cooks does not cite any evidence that Lyashkov spoke to the Japanese privately about the Kirov assassination. Cooks only records what Lyashkov said publicly about the Kirov assassination, and publicly he said it was a frame-up and that only Nikolov was guilty. No liar lies all the time. Any skilled liar must interweave his real lies with some truth, in order for the lies to be credible. Therefore it is possible that Lyashkov, while lying about the other conspiracies, was telling the truth about the Kirov assassination in asserting that it was a frame-up, though the other conspiracies which he also called frame-ups really were not. To such an objection I would reply as follows: it is a principle of logic and of historiography that one can draw no conclusion e silentio in this case, from Lyashkov's silence. 148 The fact that, as far as Cooks know, Lyashkov did not tell the Japanese privately that the Kirov defendants were falsely accused or framed does not permit us to say anything about what he might have told them. 148c, for example, the Wikipedia page, http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/argumentum_e_silentio. It's easy to imagine why Lyashkov might well not have discussed this subject with the Japanese. They were military men, not historians. They were vitally interested in opposition movements against the Stalin regime and especially within the military. They would have had little interest in purely civilian conspiracies that had taken place years before. So either Lyashkov did not tell them privately about the Kirov assassination, or they did not pay much attention and did not remember it when they spoke with Koaks many years later. But Lyashkov confirmed to the Japanese that Rykov was a participant in the anti-Soviet conspiracy. One of Lyashkov's two statements about Rykov agrees very closely with a statement in Marshal Bliocker's confession. Therefore, Lyashkov's statements about Rykov partially corroborate not only Bliocker's confession but some of the testimony at the March 1938 Moscow trial. Lino failed to inform his readers about this very important information. As we have shown in another chapter, Lino makes an attempt to dismiss the major testimony concerning the Kirov assassination made at this trial, that of Iagata, and gets it wrong. Lino refuses to examine other evidence from the 1938 Moscow trial. Likewise, he avoids any examination of the evidence given at the 1936 and 1937 Moscow trials. Therefore, Lyashkov's failure to mention the Kirov assassination privately to the Japanese throws us back on the other evidence we have, and which we examine in other sections of the present study. Ironically, however, Lino's claim that Lyashkov's testimony is in fact the most important in the case is true, but only if we turn it around, apply it not to what Lyashkov said or wrote publicly, as Lino does, but to Lyashkov's private statements to the Japanese. In his remarks about the military purge and particularly about Tkhachevsky's involvement in it, and about Rykov's role in the Right Trotskyite conspiracy, Lyashkov provides us with something very rare. He gives us evidence from outside the Soviet Union that confirms the existence of real anti-Stalin and anti-Soviet conspiracies and the guilt of Rykov and Tkhachevsky. But Rykov and Tkhachevsky implicated all the other major figures in the network of interlocking conspiracies alleged in the three public Moscow trials and the Tkhachevsky affair. In this way, Lyashkov's statements to the Japanese constitute strong evidence not only that the 1938 Moscow trial was not a fabrication, but that the previous Moscow trials were not fabrications either. At the 1938 trial, Genrik Iagata testified about his role in the Kirov assassination and the conspiracy surrounding it. Iagata testified about it in even more detail in pre-trial interrogations first published in 1997. In confirming a number of the essential charges made in the 1938 trial, Lyashkov did indeed provide us with the strongest evidence we now have about the Kirov assassination, that it was carried out not, as Lino, Kirilina, and others would have it, by a lone gunman, but as outlined in the Moscow trials. What Lyashkov told the Japanese corroborates a huge amount of other evidence we have that Kirov was indeed murdered as the result of a conspiracy. Lino himself reveals the basic flaws in his approach to the Kirov assassination. He comments that Lyashkov confirms entirely the picture of the crime that emerges from documents of the 1934 to 1935 investigation. Again, this statement is true, and again ironically, in precisely the opposite sense from what Lino intends. Lino misreads the evidence we have and that he cites and then claims that it proves the defendants were framed. Elsewhere in this study we have shown that in fact there is no evidence that Nikolov acted alone or that any of the defendants was framed, and a great deal of evidence to the contrary. Far from shaking that conclusion, Lyashkov's statements to the Japanese corroborate it. Lino also states, Lyashkov knew nothing of any conspiracy to murder Kirov. His evidence invalidates the Yagoda Zaporozhets version of the killing put forward at the March 1938 show trial. Here too Lino is entirely mistaken. Lyashkov's public statement and articles were anti-Soviet propaganda. But Lyashkov directly contradicted his public statements in his private statements to the Japanese. In his private statements, Lyashkov confirms some of the accusations and confessions made at the Moscow trials, not only the March 1938 trial but, indirectly, at others as well. We don't know why Lino did not inform his readers of this vital evidence. What are the alternatives to the hypothesis that Lino realized all this and deliberately deceived his readers by hiding it from them? If we set aside the hypothesis that Lino deliberately lied, then we are forced to conclude that he did not understand Cooke's articles at all, that he failed to read them properly. At best, Lino has once again committed some serious errors in his assessment of the evidence provided about Lyashkov by the full text of the March 1939 Kaizo article and Cooke's research. As we demonstrate in the present study, Lino made similar errors throughout his book. How could this have happened? I can think of only two explanations. Lino may not have read the whole of the Kaizo article. He may have studied only that part that is translated in his book, that deals directly with the Kirov assassination. Certainly he shows no evidence that he has read the rest of it. But even if that be so, I believe that another explanation is more probable, that Lino never really set out to investigate the Kirov murder objectively in the first place. Acting under the influence of what is acceptable to mainstream anti-communist Soviet historiography, Lino began with the preconceived idea that it must be a frame-up. Lino confined his attention to the only real question in his book, and probably in his own mind: did Stalin mastermind Kirov's assassination, or did he simply make opportunistic use of it to frame real or imagined political enemies? Since there is no evidence that Stalin was behind Kirov's assassination, Lino draws the latter conclusion: he used it. Lino never really considers the hypothesis, which is supported by not most, but all of the evidence we possess, that the Kirov assassination was carried out by conspirators, much as was gradually revealed in the Kirov investigation and the subsequent Moscow trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938. Lino was determined from the start to see only what he wanted to see. If we discount deliberate falsification on Lino's part, this is the only explanation consistent with his reasoning and conclusions. Chapter 18. Inukage and the Lone Gunman Story. Long thought to have an obvious solution, the Kirov murder has been made into a mystery which half a dozen Soviet commissions and a considerable number of professional scholars have endeavored to solve. The mystery was created when Khrushchev and his people made the decision to reject the validity of the December 1934 trial of the Kirov defendants and of all the subsequent trials of oppositionists. Since Khrushchev's day, only two hypotheses have been entertained by politicians and scholars alike. One was that Stalin had Kirov killed, the other, that Nikolov acted alone, for personal reasons. The original conclusion that Kirov was murdered by decision of a bloc of oppositionist groups was long ago ruled out of bounds, considered unfit for serious consideration. But it is the only conclusion that satisfies the evidence. Nevertheless, it is not acceptable to most researchers, just as it was unacceptable to the Khrushchev and Gorbachev regimes and remains unacceptable to the Russian government today. This conclusion is routinely, almost reflexively, dismissed, but not on evidentiary grounds. We believe it is dismissed because it disrupts, in fact refutes, the prevailing paradigm of Soviet history during the Stalin period. Any honest study of the Kirov murder has at least two tasks. First, it must solve the Kirov murder in a manner that satisfies all the evidence available at the time. Second, it must consider the implications of its solution for our understanding of Soviet history after 1934. That is what we shall try to do in this and the concluding chapters. There can be no doubt that Kirov was murdered by Leonid Nikolov acting on behalf of a conspiracy by a clandestine illegal Zinovyevite organization. We have a large amount of evidence supporting this conclusion, while no evidence whatever supports any other conclusion. This is the more striking since the Russian government continues to withhold much of the relevant evidence, though we do not know how much. It is hardly possible that they would have wanted to withhold any evidence that would point towards Nikolov's having been a lone gunman. That is the official viewpoint of the Russian government and its predecessor, the Gorbachev-led Soviet government. It was also the official position of the Khrushchev regime. Khrushchev's men devoted the work of several commissions and, one must suppose, of many researchers and archivists, to finding some other explanation of the Kirov assassination than the original Stalinist one. The Khrushchev, Gorbachev, and Russian regimes would have widely publicized any evidence that supported either the version that Khrushchev originally tried to support that Stalin masterminded Kirov's murder or the lone gunman conclusion. Any evidence that supported either of these scenarios would surely have been made public in Khrushchev's or in Gorbachev's time. But there is none. Likewise, there is no evidence to dispute the conclusion that Nikolov was indeed the instrument of a Zinovyevite conspiracy. There is no evidence of a frame-up of innocent men. Lino tries twice to make a case for such a frame-up. He suggests that Nikolov confessed to being part of a conspiracy, and that some of the others made similar confessions, due to compulsion of some kind, threats, promises, and/or torture. Lino does not explicitly test, much less abandon, this hypothesis. But he is unable to cite any evidence whatsoever in support of it. Lino also claims that Stalin gave an order to target the Zinovievites, thus ordering his NKVD men to frame them. We have examined the evidence Lino puts forward in support of both of these frame-up hypotheses. In each case, the supposed evidence cannot withstand any critical scrutiny. Both of Lino's hypotheses utterly fail the evidentiary test. The lone gunman version. The only evidence for the lone gunman hypothesis is the early interrogations of Nikolov. As we have demonstrated in this study, we do not have a reliable text of Nikolov's first confession. Nor do we have a complete text of any subsequent confession by Nikolov. From the evidence now available, we can tell that by December 4 Nikolov had already begun to abandon his claim that he acted completely alone. In a passage Lino excised from his partial translation of the prosecutor's indictment, by the middle of December Nikolov was confessing that his early claim to have acted alone had been worked out in advance in order to shield his confederates. But even if we did have reliable texts of Nikolov's early confessions, and even if in them Nikolov did claim to have acted completely on his own as the lone gunman hypothesis demands, that evidence would fail in the face of his subsequent confessions. Nikolov tried to kill himself within seconds of killing Kirov. This means that in effect Nikolov's plan was to assume sole responsibility for Kirov's murder. Such a hypothesis would also explain his wife Milda Drol's initial statements. They would have served as well or better if Nikolov had been dead by his own hand. When Nikolov failed to kill himself, he at first tried to adhere to his original plan of shielding his fellow conspirators. He seems to have suffered some kind of temporary breakdown or anxiety attack. This is understandable. He had not expected to be in this situation and was unprepared for it. Nikolov then began to insist that he had acted alone. But his story quickly broke down after only a few days. We have demonstrated in this study that the text of Nikolov's first confession is in doubt. Two versions have been published, one by Kirillina, the second by Lino, and they contain important differences. This first confession of Nikolov's is the main evidence that supports the lone gunman hypothesis, which Lino shares with Kirillina. Lino does not mention these differences, although he wrote after Kirillina and acknowledges his debt to her study. Whatever the reason for this omission of Lino's, the doubtful nature of this first confession undermines one of the only two pieces of evidence that support the hypothesis that Nikolov acted alone. Nikolov was the first to claim that he had acted alone, though he abandoned this story within days of the murder. The NKVD never believed him and they were proven correct. But the lone gunman hypothesis continued to circulate. Abel Inukage. According to a document partially printed by Lino that purports to be the report of an NKVD man of September 1936 but concerning events of December 1934 and January 1935, Abel Inukage, Secretary of the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee, the highest executive body of the Soviet state, spread the story that Kirov was killed by Nikolov because Kirov had been courting Nikolov's wife. The anonymous NKVD informant was right to think this behavior on Inukage's part was more than strange. Inukage would have had access to high-level, inside knowledge about the investigation. he would have known at least as much as, and almost certainly much more than, we do today. There is no evidence for the story that Inukage was spreading. If any existed, we would know about it. The Khrushchev and Gorbachev commissions searched very hard for exactly this kind of evidence. Therefore Inukage's version came from somewhere other than suppressed evidence, and certainly other than the evidence available to NKVD investigators and high-level party members. We have good reason to believe that it formed part of the plot from the beginning. Nikolov had tried to commit suicide immediately after shooting Kirov, but later confessed that he had a plan to claim that he was the lone gunman in order to shield his Confederates. Inukage had participated in the decision of the conspiracy center to authorize Kirov's assassination. Like Iagata, Inukage had agreed only reluctantly. Claiming it was an individual act could have been one way of trying to limit the investigation so that it would not lead to the discovery of, first, the Leningrad Zinovyevite group, and then, gradually, all the other conspiracies related to it. This is the only explanation for Inukage's version that makes sense. It is also consistent with what Iagata told NKVD investigators in 1937. The lone gunman theory was spread by rumor through the Kremlin library among persons to whom Inukage had access. On March 1, 1935, P.I. Gordieva, senior librarian, was interrogated concerning rumors he and others had been spreading. Question: who told you the slander connected with the murder of Kirov? Answer: after the publication of the first government communication about the murder of Kirov, the secretary of the consultative part of the Secretariat of the CEC, Vera Alexandrovna Elchaninova, member of the Komsomol, came to me in the library. She told me that the murder of Kirov had no political character but was the result of personal revenge. Elchaninova explained that the information transmitted to her was trustworthy and was being kept in the greatest secrecy. Question: what kinds of conversations connected with the murder of Kirov were there in the government library? Answer: among the library staff there was talk that the murder of Kirov was completely a matter of personal accounts. Question: which precisely of the library staff were spreading provocational fabrications about the murder of Kirov? Answer: Konova told me that among the library staff there were conversations of this kind, but she did not name the persons. I personally observed that Rosenfeld and Revskaya were gloating over the murder of Kirov. Question: how, concretely, did this express itself? Answer: the whole period of time from the moment of the murder of Kirov till the publication of the announcement of the uncovering of the Leningrad center of the Zinovyevite organization, Rosenfeld was in a very upbeat and joyful state, one that was normally quite uncharacteristic of her. Rosenfeld was always whispering with Burigo and Davidova, and they, right after a talk with Rosenfeld, went off to Nelidova and Petrova, the staff members who give out the books. But after the publication of the announcement about the uncovering of the Leningrad center, Rosenfeld's mood changed sharply and her former joy and upbeat demeanor disappeared. Lubyanka 1922-1936, 618-619. On March 8, 1935, KK. Mukhanov was interrogated. His sister, Yekaterina K. Mukhanova, an employee of the government library, had been arrested in connection with the investigation of a terrorist conspiracy that later became known as the Kremlin affair. Question: what did Yekaterina tell you about the murder of Kirov? Answer: Yekaterina did not say anything about this to me. Someone told me that the murder of Kirov was done by Nikolov for personal reason and that it had no political character. I can't remember from whom I heard this. Question: your sister Yekaterina Mukakova has systematically expressed counter-revolutionary views. Tell the investigation everything you know about this. Answer: I admit that my sister Yekaterina Mukhanova is a supporter of the bourgeois system and in conversations with me has consistently expressed anti-Soviet views, and has shown a hostile attitude towards Soviet power. As far as the politics of Soviet power, Mukhanova has stated that collectivization is leading to hunger and the dying out of the peasantry, to the doom of agriculture, that the intelligentsia who have no special knowledge is fated to a pauper's existence, and a part of the engineering and technical intelligentsia are being thrown into prison despite their innocence. Arguing that Soviet power is having recourse to massive terror against the peasantry and intelligentsia, Mukhanova has declared that the majority of the population, mainly the peasantry and also a part of the workers, are hostile towards Soviet power, and in the event of a war not only will not defend this power but will come out against it with weapons in hand and will organize uprisings in the rear of the Red Army. In the period 1931 to 33, Mukhanova stated that the policy of the Soviet power was directed against the interests of the overwhelming majority of the population and drew from this the conclusion that the country is going to its ruin. Lubyanka 1922 to 1936, 627. On March 11, 1935, the NKVD interrogated B.N. Rosenfeld, a nephew of Lev B. Kamina. A 19-year-old. In 1927, Rosenfeld had been expelled from the Komsomol for belonging to the Trotskyite opposition. His mother N.A. Rosenfeld had already been arrested in connection with the Kremlin affair. He was questioned about the Kirov assassination. Question: did you know F.I. Muzika, the secretary of L.B. Kamina? Answer: I know him. N.B. Rosenfeld has often spoken about him as a person with whom he has good relations. The last time I saw Muzika after the murder of Kirov was at the high-pressure hot water power plant, where he was doing his practicum and I was working as an engineer. Muzika told me Kamina and Zinoviev were being hounded, pointing to an article in Pravda. I answered him that the murder of Kirov was a suitable excuse for Stalin to organize the hounding against Zinoviev and Kamina. He agreed with me. Answer: I remember that. N.B. Rosenfeld told me that Muzika was a desperate man and is capable of extreme actions when in an excited state. Question: what was the context in which N.B. Rosenfeld said to you that Muzika is capable of extreme actions? Answer: I was telling N.B. Rosenfeld about my talk with Muzika and expressed the conjecture that Muzika would be arrested. I said this because Muzika was informed about Kamina's counter-revolutionary activity. From my father's statement about Muzika's personal qualities, it became clear to me that he was a terrorist by conviction. Lubyanka 1922 to 1936, 630. Young Rosenfeld had more to say about terrorist conspiracies. Question: at the interrogation of March 2 you confessed that M.V. Korolkov took part in counter-revolutionary conversations that took place in your apartment. What more do you know about this? Answer: we cannot speak about M.V. Korolkov only in connection with counter-revolutionary conversations at our apartment. In reality the situation is as follows. M.V. Korolkov is a hardcore counter-revolutionary and has close relations with M.N. Prokhorov, who owned some kind of business before the revolution and is a notorious Black Hundreds and White Guardsman, with Popov, the son of a tea merchant, with V.I. Inkizhikov, a film actor who has fled the country. Since we were aware of Korolkov's political feelings, we had complete confidence in him. Korolkov shared the terrorist views of N.B. and N.A. Rosenfeld, of Mukhanov, and my own. Lubyanka 1922 to 1936, 631. On the same day, March 11, 1935, the aforenamed M.V. Korolkov was interrogated as well. He was questioned not only about the rumors concerning Kirov's assassination but also about the other terrorist views and plans that had emerged as a result of the investigation. Like all of those in the Kremlin affair, the whole interrogation is of interest. We will just quote those passages that illustrate how investigation of the rumors that Nikolov was a lone gunman who killed Kirov for personal reasons also led to uncovering other conspiracies. Question: what slanderous rumors did N.A. Rosenfeld spread about the leaders of the party and government and who took part with her in the spreading of these rumors? Answer: N.A. Rosenfeld said in my presence and in that of my wife that Alliluyeva died an unnatural death and that Stalin was responsible for her death. She told us also that the men who occupy high positions have mistresses. About Kirov, she said that he was killed for personal reasons, because of Nikolov's wife, and that Nikolov's wife, in her words, is a beauty who after Kirov's murder remained living in Leningrad and was not repressed. I also heard from N.A. Rosenfeld and from N.B. Rosenfeld that the latter likes to draw counter-revolutionary lampoons of Stalin, among other lampoons, in a Zinoviev Trotskyite spirit. Question: You have confessed that the Rosenfelds carried out counter-revolutionary work and were preparing the murder of Stalin. Do you confess to being their accomplice? Answer: I was not their accomplice, but I admit that I am guilty in that I did not inform the organs of power that the Rosenfelds have a very counter-revolutionary attitude and hate Stalin to the extent that they raise the question of his murder. Lubyanka 1922–1936, 635. On March 17, 1935 IV. Bolshik was interrogated. She had been working as a supervisor in the Secretariat of the President of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, that is, directly under Inukij, who was Secretary of the Presidium of the CEC. In addition to much else of interest, she also repeated the Inukij rumor concerning Kirov and Nikolov's wife. Question: What counter-revolutionary slander were you spreading? Answer: Right after the murder of S.M. Kirov, F.C. Agranovich told me that the murder was carried out by Nikolov for personal reasons, since Kirov had been close to Nikolov's wife, and the latter killed him out of jealousy, but the government announcement was untrue. Question: To whom did you pass on this slander? Answer: I passed this slander on to my sister Elena Vasilyevna Kureva, who, as I have already stated, works in the Council of People's Commissars of the RSFSR. Question: You are not telling us everything. The investigation insists that you say everything connected with the spreading by you of slander against the leadership of the AUCP. Answer: I have not told you everything. I do not remember from whom among the employees of the Kremlin I heard that N.S. Alliluyeva supposedly died an unnatural death, and committed suicide because Stalin drove her to it. I told F.C. Agranovich and my sister Elena about this. Lubyanka 1922–1936, 648. As the chief of the CEC, Inukij was a likely source for this rumor, all the more since we know, thanks to the NKVD report that Lino cites, he was saying the same thing at the same time, in December 1934. On March 20, 1935, Lev B. Kamina, the former member of the Politburo and ally of Grigory Zinoviev's, was interrogated. Among other matters, the investigators inquired about the fact that his brother, N.B. Rosenfeld, had confessed to involvement in a plot to assassinate Stalin. Kamina denied knowing about any such plot but admitted that Rosenfeld had been present during some counter-revolutionary talks Kamina, had had with Zinoviev, during which Zinoviev had said that he approved of some of the views about the party and the situation in the country expressed by Trotsky in his Bulletin of the Opposition. Question: Your brother, N.B. Rosenfeld, has been arrested by us for terrorist activity. During the investigation he has admitted that he took part in preparation to murder Stalin, and confessed that his terrorist intentions were formed under your influence. What can you tell us about this matter? Answer: I did not know that N.B. Rosenfeld took part in the preparation to murder Stalin. Rosenfeld has been at my home from time to time, and I have helped him materially. While at my home he was present at conversations that took place at my apartment and at my dacha at Yelensko. These conversations were mainly with Zinoviev. In these conversations with Zinoviev we criticized the activities of the party, the Central Committee, and permitted ourselves attacks on Stalin. At different times, with more or less sharpness, we talked with Zinoviev about our situation and expressed the conviction that we will not be permitted to return to active political life. In a few cases we reacted to the hopelessness of our situation with hostile attacks on Stalin. The counter-revolutionary conversations that we had with Zinoviev in the presence of N.B. Rosenfeld caused the latter to become an enemy of Soviet power and of the party and incited in him bitterness against Stalin. I concede that N.B. Rosenfeld, who was embittered by my exile to Minusинsk and reacted to this in an extremely painful manner, affected by the counter-revolutionary conversations that I later had with Zinoviev in particular about Stalin, could have extended to terrorist intentions. Question: what talks did you have with Zinoviev in connection with the counter-revolutionary documents published by Trotsky abroad? Answer: Zinoviev has become familiar with the so-called bulletins of the opposition at the Lenin Institute. He informed me about the contents of these counter-revolutionary documents of Trotsky's and has expressed his positive attitude towards certain questions of the evaluation by Trotsky of the situation in the party and in the USSR. I did not protest to Zinoviev and did not tell anyone about his counter-revolutionary views on this question right up to my arrest. Lubyanka 1922–1936, 649–650. On May 12 Kamina was bound over for trial on the grounds that he was an organizer of the plot to kill Stalin. Genrikh Iyagada, head of the NKVD, recommended that N.A. and N.B. Rosenfeld, his sister-in-law and brother, be sentenced to 10 years in prison. Iyagada also recommended that 6 persons in this case be sentenced to death. On July 17, 1935 the Politburo reduced the sentence of 5 of the 6 and recommended that Kamina be sentenced to 10 years in prison instead of the 5 years he had been sentenced to at the January 1935 trial. Number 535. Decree of the Politburo of the CCAUCP. Concerning the measures of punishment in the Kremlin case. July 17, 1935. Number 30, P82 matter for the NKVD. 6 lb. Kamina sentenced to 10 years in prison. This represents a lessening of Iyagada's recommendation as well, since Iyagada had recommended that Kamina stand trial on a capital offense that could have brought the death penalty. 149. 149 According to Zhukov, the military collegium of the Supreme Court sentenced 2 people, Sinolobov and Chernyavsky, to death. Zhukov states that this was down from 25, though I can't find the document he refers to. Inukov's insistence on spreading the rumor that Lino had acted alone out of personal motives appears to have been a futile attempt to deflect attention away from the search for a conspiracy. According to Iyagada's testimony, both he and Inukov had opposed the assassination from the beginning on the sensible grounds that it would endanger both the conspiracy itself and Iyagada's position as head of the NKVD and thus the person ultimately responsible for organizing protection for party leaders like Kirov. But the united leadership of the conspiracy voted to go ahead with the assassination anyway. Though Iyagada does not say so in those interrogations of his which have now been published, there must have been a decision to portray the assassination as a lone act. An assassin had to be found who was dedicated enough to kill Kirov and then immediately kill himself. Under those circumstances, the hypothesis of a lone gunman acting from personal motives would have been a plausible one. At the very least it would have been difficult to disprove, had Nikolov's suicide attempt been successful. During the first few days after the murder, Nikolov attempted to portray himself in just that way. But the lone gunman's story quickly broke down under interrogation. Inukov must have known about this. But the evidence cited by Lino shows that he refused to adopt the official, and quite correct, version of a conspiracy. This was bound to appear suspicious, and it would have been natural for the NKVD to wonder why one of the highest political figures in the land and a longtime comrade and friend of Stalin's would be behaving that way. Moreover, it seems to have led directly to the Kremlin affair, which in turn pointed the way to a gradual unraveling of the entire conspiracy. One consequence was that Inukov lost control over the Kremlin Guard, the force that was to be used to kill or arrest the party leadership in what the conspirators called the Palace Coup plan. In 2000, Russian historian Yuri N. Zhukov published the only serious study devoted to the Kremlin affair that has yet appeared. Zhukov had access to archival documents that have still not been declassified. His conclusion is that, on the evidence, the Kremlin affair was not a fabrication, but the uncovering of a real conspiracy. Therefore, at the present time, until there is a substantial widening of the evidentiary base, until the declassification of the materials in the Central Archive of the FSB, we just consider the following to be beyond doubt. Of all the possible hypotheses that can be formulated to explain both the Kremlin affair and the Yanukovych case, the only one that can account for all the known facts without exception is that which assumes that the conspiracy against Stalin and his group really existed. 150. 150 IU. N. Zhukov, Tani Kremlovskogo dela 1935 Goda I sudba Avlia Yanukovych. Voprosi Istorii No. 9, 83-113, at p. 109. Evidence. Zhukov cites powerful evidence in support of his hypothesis, and all of it is circumstantial. In this connection, Zhukov has some important things to say about evidence generally that is relevant to our purposes. It goes without saying that in this hypothesis the lack of evidence should make us wary either direct or indirect evidence, but indisputable evidence. And for this we must decide the question as to whether evidence is to be expected in general in such cases. Could such evidence be found in the investigation of the Kremlin affair, and if so, what kind of evidence? Plans for the arrest of the members of the narrow leadership? A list of the future Politburo and government, or something similar? Or lists of conspirators, perhaps confirmed by their signatures? Or, perhaps, declarations, decrees, orders intended for publication immediately after the seizure of power and prepared in advance? Hardly, because any normal conspirator who was also preparing a coup d'état would do everything possible to be certain that no evidence of this kind existed. It would be just as futile to hope to find while searching the homes of the conspirators, let us say, plans of the Kremlin, on which were noted the apartments and offices of Stalin, Molotov, and others, the routes of their usual walks. The conspirators, if they were indeed such, would not need them either. Both Peterson and Yanukovych, who had lived and worked in the Kremlin, would have long known these things. We could not expect to find evidence of any other kind that definitively reflected the criminal plots that have been uncovered. Unless the conspirators suffered from dementia, they would never commit their plans to paper. Everything, absolutely everything, would be only in their heads. Zhukov cites an example of the kind of evidence that he finds convincing and reasonable to expect. Now let us consider an alternative hypothesis, the most paradoxical one. Let us suppose that the conspiracy really existed. Are there any facts to confirm this? Yes, although they appeared only 2 years later, and also are of a very specific and unconvincing character, only confessions of suspects at interrogation. On the day of the arrests of Yanukovych, February 11 in Kharkov, and of Peterson, April 27 in Kiev, they gave to different investigators confessions of guilt that are identical down to the details. They related how they were preparing a coup and the arrest or murder in the Kremlin of Stalin, Molotov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov, and Ordzhonikidze. 151. 151 Zhukov has discussed these specific confessions and the conclusions he draws from them in more detail in a meeting with Vladimir L. Bobrov on December 6, 2002. Zhukov goes on to cite pre-trial confessions by Iagoda published in 1997 in the same collection we have used earlier in the present study. Chapter 19. Osmond Egg. In December 2011, after the present book was largely completed and being translated into Russian, I learned about a book on the Kirov murder that had just appeared in Russia. Zagadka Kirova. Ubийство, Razvyazavsky Stalinsky Terror is a translation into Russian of the book Kirov Gaten. Morde som Utlast Stalin's Terror, published in 2009 in Norwegian by University of Oslo Professor Osmond Egg. Son of the former prominent Norwegian communist and anti-Nazi resistance fighter Ornulf Egg, Osmond Egg was himself a prominent communist and then leftist for many years, before resigning and then becoming a professor. Egg's book is published by the Rospin Publishing House, in its series The History of Stalinism. This series of what is to be 100 books was launched in order to combat the popularity of Stalin among the Russian population and is funded by the Boris N. Eltsine Foundation. 152 Only anti-Stalin and anti-communist books are considered for this prestigious series. Under such conditions, when historical works have to conform to a certain tendentious paradigm instead of the discovery of the truth, historical objectivity is impossible. Rather than history, such works are propaganda with footnotes. Sadly, Egg's book is no exception. In this study we use the Russian translation of Egg's book. Egg certainly scrutinized it so we can be sure it reflects what he thinks. Not many people read Norwegian, the language Egg wrote his book in, and we cannot read it either, or at least not well. Surely the vast majority of people who read Egg's book at all will read it in Russian. 152 See the series description at the Rospin page http://www.rospin.su/ru/catalog/list/id/56/. There are a few things of interest in Egg's book, not in his conclusions, but surrounding his research. Egg's main archival sources are from Fond 617 of the Russian State Archive of Social Political History, or RGASPI. This is Nikolai Ezhov's fond, and much of it, though by no means all of it, has been declassified. From this fond Egg cites a number of December 1934 interrogations from the NKVD investigation of Kirov's murder that are not mentioned by either Kirillina or Lino. Kirillina wrote before this fond had been declassified. But Lino claims that he consulted it. Perhaps Lino did not bother to check this fond carefully. Or perhaps he did check it and found, as Egg did, that none of the additional investigative materials would help prove his predetermined conclusion that Nikolov was a lone gunman and that Stalin framed all the other defendants. Like Kirillina and Lino, Egg does not try to solve the Kirov murder. Rather, like them, Egg simply assumes that Nikolov was a lone gunman and then proceeds to ignore or dismiss any evidence that tends to contradict this predetermined conclusion. Since Egg is not trying to discover the truth, as we'll see, he literally thinks it is obvious. Without any evidence at all, there's no reason for him to be careful in his research. Consequently, he isn't careful. We'll give some examples here before examining in detail Egg's chapter on the evidence, the interrogations of the defendants carried out in December 1934. Egg cites Genrikh Lyashkov's remarks about the Kirov murder. He even quotes parts of Lyashkov's April 1939 Kaizo article. This means that he may have had it translated. But, like Lino, Egg assumes Lyashkov is telling the truth. Egg believes Lyashkov, who was specifically writing propaganda for the Japanese army, while disbelieving the many texts of NKVD interrogations of the men Nikolov had named as his associates. Egg ignores Alvin Cooks's articles of the late 1990s in which Cooks shows that Lyashkov privately confirmed to the Japanese the existence of a number of the conspiracies whose existence he denied in the Kaizo article. Egg takes on faith any statements made by the Gorbachev commissions, such as the reply to Yakovlev. For example, he accepts the claim that Lobov killed Sokolnikov in prison at Beria's orders without any attempt to verify it. We have refuted this story in a separate article to appear shortly. Like Lino, who also refers to it in passing, Egg could have done this to try to verify it. Instead, he just accepts it. This illustrates his attitude towards evidence. He simply accepts statements from highly anti-Stalin sources, presumably because they support his preconceived bias. In Chapter 5, Egg puts scare quotes around the word block, Zinoviev, Kamina, and two other men who had gone through the January trial a year earlier, G.E. Evdokimov and L.P. Bakov, were now accused not only of knowing about the terrorist goals of their counterparts in Leningrad but also that they had directly taken part in organizing Kirov's murder. They were also accused of forming a bloc with the Trotskyists and with Trotsky himself. As we have discussed in the present work, the existence of this bloc has been proven since 1980 from documents in the Harvard Trotsky Archive. There is no excuse for Egg, a professional historian of the USSR, not to know about this, or, if he does know about it, there is no excuse for his putting scare quotes around the word bloc, thereby giving his readers the impression that the bloc's real existence is in doubt. This means that Egg's discussion of Trotsky's version is wrong. Trotsky repeatedly denied the existence of the bloc. Of course he had to do this in order to preserve conspiratorial secrecy. But that also means that Trotsky's whole discussion of the Kirov murder is a deliberate falsification on Trotsky's part. Since he did not want to admit that a real bloc of Zinovievites, Trotskyites, and other oppositionists existed, Trotsky had to fabricate a story that it was Stalin who was supposedly fabricating here. Egg accepts as unproblematically true the testimony allegedly given during Khrushchev's studies of the Kirov murder. Lino demonstrates in his book that Khrushchev was out to pretend to prove Stalin had Kirov killed. Lino also adduces the evidence that memories of long-past events are often, if not usually, faulty, even if we assume that those who testified to Khrushchev's men in the 60s were actually remembering, rather than just telling Khrushchev's men what they wanted to hear, a more likely scenario. In effect, Egg has made the assumption that testimony given during the Stalin period is false, even when there is no evidence that it is false, while assuming the testimony given during Khrushchev's time is true, even when there's no evidence to confirm that. That is, Egg decided before writing his book that he would not solve the Kirov murder on the basis of the evidence. This means his conclusion is predetermined by his assumptions. Egg's work is an extended example of the fallacy of begging the question. Egg spends a great deal of space on unimportant, even trivial, matters. Chapter 6 summarizes rumors and guesses. In fact, as I argue in another chapter, the rumor that Nikolov killed Kirov out of jealousy or for personal reasons originated with the conspirators themselves, as shown by the fact that it can be traced to Avel Inukij. Egg falsely claims that the rumor that Nikolov's wife Milda Drol was involved with Kirov had appeared in the city in the summer of 1933. His reference is to Kirillina, but Kirillina cites no evidence whatever that this is so. Otherwise, however, rumors are irrelevant to the historical question of who killed Kirov and why. Egg also spends many pages exploring the death of Borisov, Kirov's bodyguard. But it only makes sense to do this in the context of trying to solve Kirov's murder, and Egg ignores all the evidence we have that any conspiracy was involved. If you insist, as Egg does, that Nikolov acted alone and from personal motives, there's no reason whatever to question Borisov's death. Egg cites the important work Genrikh Iagata 3 times, but always on inconsequential matters. As we have discussed extensively in the chapter on Iagata, this source of Iagata's pre-trial interrogations has been recognized as genuine by anti-communist scholars, and gives primary evidence of first-rate importance on the conspiracy against Kirov. Egg never mentions these vital documents, which sharply contradict his theory that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Egg does note some useful facts in his book, though he does not really make use of them as they do not help to prove H's preconceived thesis. We'll review them here. Egg notes that Nikolov held 13 jobs in 15 years, the last several of which were very good jobs at high pay. This strongly suggests that Nikolov had friends in high places in the Leningrad Party who obtained such jobs for him. The leaders of the underground Zinovievite group were just such men. He notes that Nikolov and his family had a 3-room apartment in a new building. This was very privileged housing in Leningrad at the time, but Nikolov was far from a prominent person. This too suggests he had blood connections, pull among influential people. Egg notes that Nikolov lied in his early confession and in letters to party officials such as Kirov. Plus, in his first interrogation on December 1, Nikolov said that the idea for the assassination had come to him at the beginning of November. Later he said it was September. Plus, in his letter to Kirov, Nikolov complained that his children were starving. He also complained that he could not find work, and that a job was essential. Yet Egg also documents that Nikolov had turned down all offers of work. Egg notes that Nikolov's relatives were unanimous that the family was not in need. Yet in his diary Egg correctly remarks that these documents are much more than just a diary and encompass other kinds of writing too. Nikolov complained about poverty and hunger. It seems undeniable that Nikolov was lying in these private writings. Egg notes the facts but never points out the conclusion, that Nikolov wrote these false accounts for some ulterior purpose. Much less does Egg ask why Nikolov would have done such a thing. We know, however, that Nikolov later testified that he had faked these accounts in advance in order to strengthen the appearance that he had murdered Kirov for personal reasons. Egg must know this too, after all, it is in the prosecutor's indictment. But Egg does not tell his readers that Nikolov had said this. We have discussed Nikolov's confession about this fact in another chapter of the present work. Egg's account of the investigation. The central chapter in Egg's book is Chapter 8, titled The Investigation and Terror. The scare quotes around the first word are no doubt intended to convey Egg's opinion that the investigation was faked to conform to a supposedly predetermined conclusion, and that all the defendants, save Nikolov, were innocent men whom the NKVD had framed. In fact, this is the central conclusion of this chapter and of Egg's book as a whole. As we shall see, Egg fails to cite any evidence whatever to support this hypothesis. In the beginning of this chapter, Egg reports rumors, and then notes that they are unsubstantiated. For example, Egg reports, from ROI Medvedev, that at the Leningrad railway station Stalin slapped Leningrad NKVD head Medved across the face, and then notes that Stalin's bodyguard Velasik later denied that Medved had been present at all. Egg reports another rumor that Yagoda had ordered everyone at Smolny to stand at attention facing the wall as Stalin entered, but cites only Bastrikin and Gromtseva's lurid potboiler as a source. Bastrik.in's evidence for this statement is his conversations with Tammy and Roslyakov, who reported this and other details. Egg, however, doesn't even tell us that fact. This is a good example of a serious failing by Egg. Sometimes he evaluates his sources, but at other times he does not bother. Egg spends several pages reporting rumors from Amy Knight, from Alexander Orlov, from Medvedev again from Bastrikin and Gromtseva, and from Nikita Khrushchev before conceding that rumors are not history. But some historians continue to believe these rumors, and some of them even consider them almost as proven facts. A little further on, Egg cites Roslyakov concerning what happened during Stalin's questioning of Nikolov, and then notes that Roslyakov was not present at the interview but was only in the same building at the same time. So this is yet another rumor. Moreover, it exposes the worthlessness of Roslyakov's account. Egg falsely reports Molotov's statements to Felix Joeff that he believed the Zinovievites used Nikolov. But then Egg claims that Molotov contradicted himself. According to Molotov, Nikolov stated that the murder was ideologically motivated, since he was a supporter of Zinoviev. Nevertheless, the story of Molotov's about Nikolov does not fully correspond to other accounts by Molotov. He also said that Nikolov was probably not a true Zinovievite nor a true Trotskyite, but that the Zinovievites used him. Later, Egg claims Molotov said Nikolov acted alone. During the talks with Joeff, Molotov said that Nikolov had acted alone. But this statement of Egg's is not true. According to Joeff's account, this is what Molotov actually said. That same evening we traveled to Leningrad. Stalin, Voroshilov, and we spoke with Nikolov, the murderer of Kirov. An ordinary type, expelled from the party. He said that he killed consciously, on an ideological basis. A Zinovievite. I think that women have nothing to do with this. Stalin interrogated Nikolov in the Smolny. How did Nikolov appear to you? An ordinary person. A white-collar worker. Of medium height. Rather thin. I think that he had obviously become embittered about something, expelled from the party, a person who felt offended. And the Zinovievites used him. Probably he was neither a real Zinovievite nor a real Trotskyite. Not just Nikolov, but a whole list of men were condemned, I say. The fact is that they were not condemned for the murder but because they participated in the Zinovievite organization. But as far as I remember, there was no specific document that this was done by decision of the Zinovievite group. Therefore he acted as if separately, but by his past he was a Zinovievite. 153. 153 Felix I. Joeff. Molotov, Polyadert v. Lastlin. Moscow, Olma Press, 1999, 376. So Molotov's opinion is, in fact, clear. He believed Nikolov had acted as if separately, but not separately in fact. In other words, Molotov confirmed the version of the Soviet government in the 1930s. Therefore Egg seriously distorted Molotov's words. But in any case Molotov's opinion, given over 40 years later, is not evidence at all. Egg recognizes this himself. Molotov was not involved in the investigation and had no detailed knowledge about it. Like the rest of the Politburo, and like Stalin himself, Molotov was plenty busy with other things to do. So why does Egg record it? What's more, record it inaccurately? Evidently he does so because that inaccurate account supports his preconceived idea, that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Egg begins to discuss the problem of using interrogations as evidence, but then makes the following statement. It is obvious that the transcripts of the interrogations of the Kirov murder case do not give the full picture of what took place during these interrogations. This became especially clear after Stalin decided precisely who he should make the scapegoats. It is clear that after this the transcripts of interrogations distorted the real state of affairs. Those who were partly guilty were forced to give confessions that corresponded to a scenario created by the investigators. Egg's use of the words "it is obvious that," especially clear, and "it is clear that," are the certain sign that he has no evidence. Of course none of these statements is at all clear or obvious. Elsewhere in this book we have shown that Stalin directed the investigators' attention towards the Zinovievites long after Zinoviev's and Kamina's names had come up in the interrogations. Either Egg does not realize this or he has hidden it from his readers. Egg then says, however, there is every reason to suppose that the earlier transcripts, despite all their omissions, were less tendentious and worthy of more trust than those that were compiled in order to drive the suspects into a corner. These are mere assertions by Egg, aimed at discrediting the later interrogations in the minds of his readers without any evidence. Egg does not tell his readers what every reason is 154 and gives no evidence that the interrogations were composed in order to drive the suspects into a corner, whatever that means. In general, no investigator ever believes that a suspect's earliest statements are the most truthful. The normal thing for a guilty person to do is to deny at first, and then gradually divulge more and more information. This was the case with Nikolov's confessions, as we demonstrate in the present work. 154. The original Russian is vse osnovania, literally all the bases. This is not idiomatic in English, so I have translated it as every reason. Although he repeatedly attempts to discredit the evidence of a conspiracy, Egg apparently cannot even convince himself. For example, he states, however, Katsayev's confessions about how he heard Nikolov talking in his sleep are not sufficiently reliable. Probably Katsayev was asked to make this claim in order to give the investigators a pretext to arrest Shatsky and Kotalinov. Egg does not say what is not sufficiently reliable about Katsayev's statement, much less what his criteria are to distinguish reliable from not sufficiently reliable statements. Then he concedes that his own explanation cannot be true. But why then did Agranov on the very same day speak about them in a report to Stalin as Trotskyist and anarchist? Egg tries to discredit the December 6 interrogation, in which Nikolov named some of his Zinovievite confederates by claiming that he should have had concrete evidence. But Nikolov could not present any concrete proof for such accusations. This is nonsense, a particularly desperate move by Egg. For what can he possibly mean by concrete evidence? Does Egg expect all real conspirators to carry around material evidence with them, say, a list of their fellow conspirators and plans for their activities? Therefore this remark is another an admission that he has no way to discredit the confessions by the Zinovievite conspirators. 155. 155. Elsewhere in this study we have quoted the cogent words of Russian historian Yuri Zhukov, who sensibly points out that no sane conspirator would keep evidence of a conspiracy anywhere except in his head. Egg continues with the story that Nikolov declared a hunger strike, twice tried to kill himself, and claimed he was being tormented. However, Egg fails to inform his readers that all these details come from Yuri Isidov, one of Gorbachev's investigators, and that Sidov gives no source, no concrete evidence, to use Egg's own words, that Nikolov ever even uttered these words. Much less has any evidence ever been presented to prove that these words, purportedly of Nikolov's, are true, for the fact that someone claims he is being tormented does not mean he really is. Also, Sidov is a dishonest witness, some of whose falsifications we have examined in an earlier chapter. On the following page we reach the central falsehood in Egg's book. He writes, "The transcripts of Nikolov's confession reflect two possible scenarios of the investigators. The result of the first is the preliminary insistence by Nikolov that he alone carried out the murder, which could indicate his intention to conceal the guilt of other persons involved in the crime. After they gave him good conditions in the prison and promised to spare his life, and this did not yield the desired result, they applied harsh pressure against him. As a result, he was broken and confessed to the existence of a conspiracy with the participation of a Leningrad center. This interpretation corresponds to the Stalinist version of the murder. Otherwise, we must concede that Nikolov was telling the truth when he denied having any accomplices. However, gradually, under the pressures of promises and threats, he confessed to the participation in the conspiracy of the former Zinovievites, and this corresponded to the wishes of the Moscow investigators. From what we know today, there can be no doubt that this second interpretation is the true one. It is obvious that the reason for Nikolov's hunger strike and attempts to kill himself were the torments of conscience he experienced after implicating innocent people. Here Egg finally admits that he has no evidence whatsoever that Nikolov's confessions were false. Once again we perceive that phrases like "there can be no doubt" and "it is obvious" are Egg's substitute for evidence because he does not have any. And Egg has to go much further than this. He also has to assume that it is obvious that all the other defendants' confessions are false as well, as we shall see. This is as clear an admission as we could wish for, that Egg has no evidence at all to support his hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman and all the rest of the defendants were innocent, framed. If Egg is going to assume away all the evidence we have, why bother to look at the evidence at all? In fact, why write the book in the first place if you're going to ignore all the evidence unless your only real goal is to make anti-Stalin propaganda? Egg is either simply lying about Latvian consul Bisenieks, or possibly has just not done the research. The Latvian consul George Bisenieks denied any contact with Nikolov and Kotalinov. A verification of the archives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia also did not reveal anything. It appears that Nikolov was strongly pressured to admit to that which the investigators demanded from him. All this looks like a complete falsification. Lino, who would also like to dismiss any charges against Bisenieks, admits that the Latvian consulate was a source of anti-Soviet propaganda, that Nikolov was right about the layout of the Latvian consulate, and that he accurately picked Bisenieks out of a photo lineup. But Egg claims there is no evidence of such contacts and the consul affair appears improbable. In fact, Lino cites good evidence in support of Nikolov's allegations against Bisenieks. Egg does not mention any of this. Maybe he didn't have access to it? But then Egg, like Kirillina, should have admitted to their readers that they did not have access to all the investigative materials, something that, to his credit, Lino does admit, and then taken this fact into account in his research and in drawing his conclusions. Egg fails his readers in this regard. Egg makes an interesting admission concerning the indictment. Kirillina asserts that the indictment was fabricated. However, it did reflect to a significant degree the contents of the interrogation transcripts. Though reluctant to say that Kirillina is wrong, Egg in effect suggests that she is lying here by confirming that the indictment does indeed reflect the interrogation transcripts. But then Egg commits his own falsification. But we must take into consideration that these transcripts reflect only crudely and tendentiously the confessions obtained during interrogation. Meetings of old comrades, probably devoid of any political content, were changed into meetings of the members of a counter-revolutionary organization. Egg has absolutely no evidence to support any of these statements. He simply decides to declare all the evidence falsified. He has no evidence that this is so. This is yet another tell on Egg's part. He has decided to ignore all the evidence and invent his conclusions out of thin air because he possesses no evidence to support his hypothesis. Egg describes the following incident as though it actually occurred during the trial. When Nikolov was called into the courtroom, he at first retracted his confessions at interrogation and asserted that he alone had planned the murder of Kirov. Lino notes that Agranov's letter to Stalin does not record this embarrassing moment, which of course is not reflected in the trial transcript either. But Lino also discloses that this detail only emerged in 1956, when Khrushchev's men, led by Pospelov and Sarav, were trying hard to overturn the conspiracy version of the 1930s and were both destroying evidence and withholding other evidence even from Presidium members whom, like Molotov, Khrushchev did not trust. Lino also fails to point out the fact that Khrushchev had taken terrible revenge upon some who did not tell the lies that he wanted them to tell. 156 And this was well known, especially to persons involved in the former NKVD and later MGB/MVD. So anyone questioned by Khrushchev's men had good reason to tell any story he wanted them to tell. 156 In his memoirs, Pavel Syudoplatov relates how he was arrested after refusing to fabricate stories against Beria. Syudoplatov might have ended up in Khrushchev's December 1956 kangaroo court, being tried and executed as Beria's accomplice along with Kobylov, Dkanizov, Merkulov, Meshik, Volodymyrsky, and Goglij. None of the supposed crimes Beria was charged with have ever been proven, good evidence that they did not exist. Syudoplatov also relates the story of how General Maslenikov killed himself rather than either fabricate a story against Beria or face trumped-up charges of helping Beria in the latter's supposed coup attempt. Evidently Syudoplatov gets the date of Maselnikov's suicide wrong. It was March 16, 1954, not August 1953. But in other respects his account agrees with other versions of Maslenikov's suicide. Even setting that aside, there is still the matter of source criticism. Here Egg abandons his responsibility. We have no reason to doubt the confessions of the 1934 defendants, while we have good reason to question anything Khrushchev's men produced, since we know they were lying and destroying evidence, as Lino admits. This is an important and interesting issue, one which Egg had the responsibility to lay before his readers but does not. So Egg is correct, as far as it goes, when he writes, "Neither Nikolov's reactions nor his statement that he had acted alone went into the transcript of the trial." Small wonder. Egg has no evidence that Nikolov made such statements. There's no good reason to think he did. Although even if Nikolov did try to revert to his initial story that he had acted alone, and we do not know that he did, it would have made no difference. There was plenty of evidence against him from the testimony of his confederates. Egg is guilty of blatantly lying when he writes that all the defendants denied knowing about the plan to kill Kirov. In addition, they all denied that they had anything to do with the murder or knew about plans for the murder. Egg's footnote here is to the reply to Yakovlev and to Yuri Isidov's article in THIRD of December 1990. But Egg has also studied Kirillina's book and cites it frequently. Yet Kirillina states that Sokolov admitted he knew that Nikolov intended to kill Kirov but still tried to get him a ticket to the Smolny. Again, according to Kirillina, during the investigation and at first at the trial, Antonov, Iuskin, Zvezdov, and Sokolov admitted their participation in the terrorist group and the preparations for the murder of Kirov, and gave similar confessions against other defendants at the trial. Since Egg studied and refers to Kirillina's book, it appears as though Egg may have suppressed this evidence. It is logical to suppose he did so because this evidence supports the hypothesis that Nikolov acted for a clandestine Zinovyevite conspiracy, and so does not fit Egg's preconceived idea that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Similarly, Egg accepts Katsayev's 1950s testimony about Kotalanov's last words, in which he supposedly said that all the defendants were innocent except for Nikolov. We should recall that even Lino does not believe Katsayev's story. Egg simply rejects evidence that is inconvenient for his conclusion. For example, he states, Many of the interrogation transcripts were falsified, and those who were interrogated did not sign them. But he presents no evidence at all that even a single one of the interrogation transcripts were falsified. Nor does he identify any that were not signed. It is probable that the interrogation transcripts in this fond were copies, not originals. Certainly multiple copies were made for the prosecutor, for the interrogators themselves, and probably for Stalin. Only the original would be signed. Yet Egg does not address this issue at all. Furthermore, if, as Egg assumes without any evidence, Nikolov was tortured or threatened with torture, what would have stopped the NKVD from doing the same to other defendants and thereby forcing them to do whatever the investigators wanted, sign false transcripts, confess to taking part in Kirov's murder, etc. Therefore, even if the defendants had refused to sign the interrogation transcripts and Egg does not establish this, that would be just as likely to suggest that they were not fabricated, as to suggest the opposite. Again, Egg states, in the interrogations Nikolov is practically never mentioned as a participant in the Leningrad Center, however at Stalin's insistence he was included among its members. Once again Egg presents no evidence whatsoever to support this statement and, by the way, this is a claim that neither Lino nor A made. On the contrary, as we have seen in a previous chapter, Zvezdov specifically named Nikolov as a member of the Zinovyevite group, and Lino reproduces his statement to this effect. Concerning the Leningrad Center, Egg falsifies yet again. He writes, the indictment was based exclusively on the confessions of the accused, who asserted that such a center did exist and who named names of its supposed members. No one ever mentioned again that the center carried out any activity at all. This is false. Earlier in this book we quoted from Nikolov's testimony that Kotalinov personally helped train him, and several other defendants helped him monitor Kirov's movements. Several defendants named Ryumyantsef as a leader of the center, which also kept touch with the Moscow center. Egg quotes the 1961 testimony of Makarov that the interrogators used provocational methods. What are those? And moral and physical pressure to force them to sign the transcripts. Lino demonstrated that Khrushchev was trying to frame Stalin and falsified materials, and we have shown elsewhere in this book that Makarov was seriously wrong about another detail in his testimony. His testimony is not a reliable primary source. Egg lies again concerning Nikolov's diary. He states, as already stated in Chapter 4, these notes bear witness to the fact that the motives for the murder were of a purely personal nature. However, the investigators attributed another meaning to these notes. Nikolov had supposedly maintained his diary in order to deceive the investigation. In their opinion, the diary represented a sophisticated trap which was aimed to deflect suspicion away from the Zinovyevites who had planned the terrorist act with political aims. But Egg conceals from his readers the fact that Nikolov himself had admitted that, as the following passage from the indictment shows. Here we must note that with the aim of concealing the traces of the crime and of his accomplices, and also of disguising the real motives of the murder of Kirov, the accused L. Nikolov prepared a series of documents in which he attempted to describe his crime as an act of personal despair and dissatisfaction due to his supposed difficult material situation, and as a protest against unjust treatment towards a living human being on the part of certain government figures. Volume 1, LD 6. The accused L. Nikolov himself admitted the falseness and invented nature of versions of this kind and explained that he created this version after preliminary agreement among the members of the terrorist group, which had decided to depict the murder of Kirov as an individual act and by so doing to conceal the real motives of this crime. In his confession of December 13 of this year, L. Nikolov states this directly. I was supposed to depict the murder of Kirov as an individual act in order to conceal the participation in it of the Zinovyevite group. Volume 1, LD 266. This situation is also confirmed in that, as has been exhaustively established during the investigation, the accused L. Nikolov determinately and systematically rejected any offers to arrange a job for him, referring now to the weak state of his health and the necessity to recover, Now to some other circumstances that supposedly prevented him from working. Point 157. 157. I have put the original Russian text of the indictment online at http://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/obven_zach_dec34.html. The section of Nikolov's December 13 interrogation referred to in this excerpt from the indictment has been published in the original and is translated by Lino, so we can be reasonably assured that the indictment is honest here and, if genuine here, the probability is high that it is also honest in other respects. Point 158. Yet Egg simply declares Nikolov's testimony obviously absurd. 159. This appears to be simply an evasion on Egg's part. An attempt to cover up the fact that all the evidence supports the hypothesis that Nikolov acted on behalf of the underground Zinovyevite conspiratorial center, and that he has no evidence at all to refute this hypothesis. This is the fallacy of begging the question with a vengeance. If Egg is going to just assume away all the evidence that is inconvenient to his hypothesis, why bother to write the book in the first place? 158. Lubyanka 1922-1936 number 482, pages 578-579, Lino 316-317. 159. Absurdnost etik utverzhny I okevidna. Like Lino, Egg quotes Lyashkov's article in Kaizo of April 1939 but fails to contextualize it. Lyashkov's job was to write propaganda for the Japanese army or to point out that Lyashkov told his Japanese handlers the opposite of what he stated in this article. There is no limit to Egg's begging the question. He states, "There is not a shadow of a doubt remaining that the others accused in the case of the murder of Kirov were innocent, and that the whole story of the Leningrad Center was invented in order to strike a blow at the opposition. Another bluff, or tell." Egg realizes that he has no evidence whatever to support his view that Nikolov was a lone gunman. So he is reduced to assuring us that there is not the shadow of a doubt. This is begging the question with a vengeance. On page 130 Egg tries to explain away testimony inconvenient to his hypothesis with references to brainwashing, party loyalty, and the Stockholm Syndrome. But does he have even a shred of evidence for any of these things? No, he does not. Again, Egg states, in the first case the investigators were able to find only a pair of defendants who supported Nikolov's lie. As we have seen, Kirilina says that not a pair, but 4 of the defendants confessed. But the real point here is the phrase Nikolov's lie. Egg assumes Nikolov is lying. He has no evidence to back up this statement. When a researcher simply assumes that which is to be proven commits the fallacy of begging the question, then the text of his book becomes not scholarship but merely a smokescreen to hide something. Egg wants to smuggle in his preconceived ideas under the disguise of research. Egg states, it was Stalin himself who ordered the investigation to concentrate their attention on the Zinovyevites. No one denies this. The question is, what does it mean? We have discussed this question in detail in our discussion of Lino's book. There we have shown that Stalin did not do this until there was already plenty of testimony about the Zinovyevites from Nikolov and other defendants. Concerning the January 1935 trial of other Zinovyevites, Egg states, as has already been stated in Chapter 5, the press disclosed the arrest of these well-known Zinovyevites, but they were not brought to trial yet because of the lack of evidence. Obviously, if Stalin had wanted to falsely accuse these people, he could have done so at any time. Therefore, he did not want to do so. If Stalin had wanted to falsify interrogations of these defendants, that could have been done as well. But it was not done. Instead, the public was told that there was insufficient evidence. Clearly Stalin and the Soviet government were more interested in evidence than Egg is today. Egg states, that same day, January 16, 77 persons of the 137 were sentenced by the Special Commission to sentences in a camp or to exile of 4 to 5 years. They were accused of membership in a counter-revolutionary Zinovyevite group in Leningrad led by Safarov, Zalutsky, and others. Among those convicted were Nikolov's mother, his sisters, and several other relatives, one of Nikolov's neighbors, and also Anna, Ioskin's wife. We have no reason, that is, no evidence to suppose that Nikolov's relatives were unjustly treated here. We know Nikolov had explicitly implicated his sisters, as well as his brother and his brother-in-law. Of course, we do not have all the investigative materials either. Despite the fact that we have a lot of testimony about them, Egg calls the Leningrad and Moscow centers mythical. In addition, the trials in the case of the mythical members of the Leningrad and Moscow centers. Egg continues. However, the executions of some of those arrested began quickly. Milda Dral, Nikolov's wife, her sister Olga and Olga's husband Roman Kulishir, were sentenced to death by the military collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, that is by the same organ that had passed sentence upon Nikolov and his partners. And Nikolov's stepbrother Petr was also shot. On January 16, Nikolov's older sister Yekaterina Rogacheva was sentenced to 5 years in a camp. 3 years later the Troika sentenced her to execution. Such troikas were usually comprised of 2 NKVD men and a judge. After meeting for 10 to 15 minutes they announced their sentence on a case or on a group of cases. Egg does not trouble himself to ask the only relevant question: what was the evidence against these defendants? Only have a few quotations from a few of the interrogations of Milda Dral have been made public, but from them we know that she implicated herself and other members of her family. Lino himself shows that Pyotr Nikolov confessed to helping Nikolov. Evidently Egg wants to create the impression that all these people were innocent. He does this in part by concealing the evidence that we know existed against them. As for Rogacheva's execution 3 years later, we have just a little bit of information about it. Egg too could have revealed it to his readers instead of, as he does, withholding it. On a Memorial Society web page we read the following. Rogacheva Yekaterina Vasilyevna. Born 1899, Russian, born in the village of Melgoshkina, Gvozd region, Leningrad Oblast, member of the AUCP 1918-1934, chair of the Profcom of the Bath and Ironing Trust. Lived in Leningrad. Arrested December 1, 1934. Sentenced, by the Special Commission of the NKVD of the USSR on January 16, 1935, for active participation in a counter-revolutionary Zinovyevite group. Sentence, 5 years in a concentration camp. Source, Leningradsky Martyrolog, Volume 8. Rogacheva Yekaterina Vasilyevna. Born 1899, Russian, born in the village of Melgoshkina, Gvozd region, Leningrad Oblast, member of the AUCP 1918-1934, place of imprisonment, Solovki. Sentenced, by the Special Troika of the UNKVD of the Leningrad Oblast on February 14, 1938, for counter-revolutionary Trotskyite agitation among the prisoners. Sentence, death. Shot February 17, 1938. Place of burial, Solovki. Source, Leningradsky Martyrolog, Vol 8. Rogacheva was one of the 77 persons convicted on January 16 as mentioned by Egg. She was executed in 1938 for something entirely different: Trotskyite agitation. Was she innocent? Guilty? In order to determine that we would need to study her investigative file. Did Egg ask to see it? Was he refused? He doesn't tell us. But without it, on what grounds can we decide whether the charges against her were supported by good evidence or not, her conviction and subsequent execution just or unjust? Of the other defendants, Egg writes, afterwards many of these defendants were arrested again and shot. How does he know this? What is his evidence? There's not even a footnote. It's reasonable to assume that once again Egg has no evidence and is talking through his hat here too. Conclusion. Egg reveals that there are other, perhaps many other, interrogations that are available to scholars, since they were available to him. but in other respects Egg's work is similar to those by Kirilina and Lino. However, it is useful but in a negative sense, in that it confirms what we already knew, that there is no primary source evidence that can impugn the investigation of December 1934 or the conclusion that the defendants at that trial were guilty. Chapter 20. Conclusion: the logic of the evidence. There are two possible hypotheses to explain the immense amount of evidence we now have confirming the guilt of the Kirov murder defendants and their accomplices. Hypothesis number 1. All the evidence attesting to the existence of the conspiracy has been fabricated by one means or another. Investigators lied, defendants were forced to give false testimony under some kind of threat or inducement, documents have been forged. Hypothesis number 2. The conspiracy did exist, as attested by the evidence. Like all hypotheses, the first one must be supported by evidence in order to stand. Hypothesis number 1 presupposes a conspiracy to falsify evidence. If there were some evidence of such a conspiracy, evidence that these investigative materials had been falsified or the defendants forced to lie, we could study it. Although one or two pieces of such evidence would not invalidate everything, they might well invalidate certain specific pieces of evidence. But there is no evidence of any such conspiracy. No matter how deep into the archives the investigators go, they have never found any indication of such a conspiracy, or of any fabrication of evidence. On the evidence, therefore, any objective scholar is forced to abandon hypothesis number 1 for lack of evidence, and decide in favor of the second hypothesis. Accordingly, we can confidently state that the defendants in the Kirov trial of December 1934 were guilty as charged. There is a great deal of evidence against them. There is no evidence whatsoever to exculpate any of them. In light of these facts, any objective student is forced to conclude that the trial was fair and the verdict just. Moreover, subsequent to the trial, further evidence came to light of the conspiracy. We have examined it as well. It confirms the guilt of the Kirov trial defendants. Like Yuri Zhukov, we too have discussed the kind of evidence that can be reasonably expected to exist in the case of conspiracies. We have had the advantage of writing years after this article of Zhukov's and now have far more documentary evidence than Zhukov had in the late 1990s. To any objective student, as to Zhukov, the evidence of these conspiracies is overwhelming. Most of the primary documents in the cases of the conspiracies of the 1930s are still classified top secret in Russia today. A very few privileged researchers have evidently been permitted to see some of it. But other evidence is off limits even to them. All the evidence from these archives that has been published has, obviously, either been official or semi-official, that is, it could not have been published without the permission of one or another official body. The fact that different archives are under the control of different agencies may account for the publication of documents such as the striking pre-trial confessions of Genrikh Iagata and others, published in a tiny press run of 200 copies in 1997. Even this volume, however, was supervised by mainstream, highly anti-communist historians. We also have the two Svernik Commission reports done for Khrushchev in the early 1960s, the Zapiska and the Spravka. We have the volumes of official documents, including the rehabilitation reports, of the Gorbachev years, and many other documents in official collections. All of this material has been published by scholars with a strong anti-communist and anti-Stalin bias. Yet the result is always the same. All the primary source evidence confirms that the conspiracies of the 1930s did take place. The only unofficial source of publication of still secret documents from former Soviet archives that have direct bearing on the conspiracies of the 1930s is the Fokoganov archive. Dmitry I. Fokoganov was ferociously anti-Stalin and on very good terms with both Gorbachev and Eltsin. It can be assumed that his research assistants would have brought out any documents that tended to support their boss's views. But all the documents in this archive that bear upon the conspiracies of the 1930s tend to confirm, not to dispute, the existence of the conspiracies and the guilt of the accused. We have mined this archive for several confessions from the December 1934 investigation of the Kirov murder and cited them here. We do have some non-Soviet evidence attesting to the existence of these conspiracies, that of Lyashkov, made when he was beyond the reach of the Soviets, and Valentin Astrov's confirmation in 1993 of his 1937 confessions. This evidence is not only interesting in itself. By attesting to the conspiracies, it also corroborates the evidence of the Soviet investigations, including pre-trial interrogations and trial testimony. The cover-up. Despite the attempts to make it into one, the Kirov murder is not a mystery. Nor has it ever been one. The claim that it is a mystery is part of the web of falsehoods spun around this event almost from the day Kirov was killed. Trotsky's cover-up. It was Leon Trotsky who, as early as December 1934, was the first person of note to claim that the assassination was a mystery. The assassination of Kirov has remained a complete mystery for several weeks. It was clear, however, that this information relating to the Zinoviev group was not issued by accident. It could imply nothing else but the preparation of a jural amalgam, that is to say, a consciously false attempt to implicate in the assassination of Kirov individuals and groups who did not and could not have anything in common with the terrorist act. Nikolaev becomes the terrorist agent of an internal opposition to the party, at the head of which there were to be found the former chairman of the Communist International, Zinoviev, and the former chairman of the Political Bureau, Kamina, both of them Stalin's colleagues in the Troika. It is clearly to be seen why we have called the dispatch of the TASS a colossal sensation. We can now also call it a colossal lie. 160. 160 Leon Trotsky. The Stalinist bureaucracy and the assassination of Kirov. A reply to friends in America. Bulletin of the Opposition number 41. Translated in Trotsky, on the Kirov assassination. At http://www.marxist.org/archive/1934/12/kirov.htm. This article comprised the whole of issue number 41 of Trotsky's Bulletin of the Opposition of January 1935.161. Throughout this lengthy article, Trotsky repeats over and over again that the indictment was a lie, the defendants arrested on false charges. Moreover, Trotsky predicts that Trotskyism, and he himself, will be accused of involvement in the Kirov assassination. At that moment, in a conversation with a friend, I said, "The matter will not rest long on this plane, tomorrow they will bring Trotskyism to the fore." 161 The Trotskyist editors of Marxists.org claim that this was published as a pamphlet. The Bulletin version, in Russian, is at http://www.mit.edu/people/fjk/bo/bo-41.html and at http://www.1917.com/marxism/trotsky/bo_no_41/main.html. In an appendix, Trotsky notes that he is named in the indictment. Trotsky described his alleged motive for writing the article. There is only one way to forestall and root the amalgams that are in preparation, expose the scheme in advance. Trotsky claimed that Zinoviev, Kamina, and the rest must be innocent because, like him, they were Marxists who disavowed individual terrorism. They could not suddenly turn to a belief in the utility of individual terror for changing the social regime. In this study we have examined the evidence that Trotsky's son Sidov did not disavow but instead embraced terrorism. Sidov's logic was the same as that voiced by Kamina, Zinoviev, and other defendants: violence was the only way that the Stalin leadership could be removed. We noted that in his published work Sidov also rejected terror in the strongest possible terms, and that Sidov had no political program separate from his father's. Other scholars have shown that Trotsky didn't hesitate to lie in his writings for political gain. But we also know more, that Trotsky was deliberately lying in this specific article. From the Harvard Trotsky archive we know that in 1932 the Soviet Trotskyists, including I.N. Smirnov, had formed a bloc with, among others, Kamina and Zinoviev, with Safarov soon to enter it. Trotskyist scholar Pierre Brouet claimed, without any evidence, that this bloc was an ephemeral one that did not outlast the year it was formed. But even Brouet knew that was not true. In his 1993 biography of Leon Sedov, Brouet wrote, Lyeva est dan son element. Il écrira plus tard au secrétariat international cette phrase à la fois modeste et triomphante. In. Smirnov et d'autres qui nous ont quits clans le temps sont revenus. Lyeva was in his element. He wrote later to the International Secretariat this phrase, at once modest and triumphant. In. Smirnov and others who left us in time came back. Brouet dates this remark to May, 1934. L. Sedov. La situation de l'opposition de gauche en URSS had returned were, certainly, Radek, Sokolnikov, and Pyatakov. We know of Trotsky's letter to Radek, and we know from Sedov's slip of the tongue in January 1937, as well as from his exchange of letters with his father of 1932, that they had been in touch with Zinoviev and Kamina as well as Radek. Therefore, Trotsky was already lying in this December 1934 article about the Kirov murder. As Archgetty has written, the point here is that Trotsky lied, he had good reasons to lie. But what he said was not the truth. It was not objective. In our capacity as historians we cannot blame Trotsky for lying. Indeed, no underground conspiratorial network can exist without lying. But this also means we cannot accept what he wrote for public consumption as a true representation of what he thought and believed. According to the evidence, Trotsky was indirectly involved in the Kirov assassination through his supporters, to whom he sent his orders. The fact that Trotsky denied this should not distract us from the evidence, since we know that Trotsky lied when he found it to his advantage. It was in Trotsky's interest to portray the Kirov murder as a mystery in order to anticipate and try to refute in advance the accusations against himself which he must have known would inevitably come if the conspiracy unraveled. In light of later testimony, it seems clear that Trotsky suspected his own role in this bloc might well be exposed sooner or later. This is likely the reason for him to, as he put it, expose the scheme in advance, reveal that the NKVD would be accusing him soon. Khrushchev. But Trotsky's opinions were mainly influential only among his own followers, and he had only a very small following. Few people paid much attention to what Trotsky wrote until Nikita Khrushchev delivered his infamous secret speech to the 20th Party Congress in February 1956, in which Khrushchev savagely attacked Stalin. In that speech, Khrushchev too declared the Kirov murder a mystery. It must be asserted that to this day the circumstances surrounding Kirov's murder hide many things which are inexplicable and mysterious and demand a most careful examination. There are reasons for the suspicion that the killer of Kirov, Nikolaev, was assisted by someone from among the people whose duty it was to protect the person of Kirov. A month and a half before the killing, Nikolaev was arrested on the grounds of suspicious behavior, but he was released and not even searched. It is an unusually suspicious circumstance that when the Chekist assigned to protect Kirov was being brought for an interrogation, on December 2, 1934, he was killed in a car accident in which no other occupants of the car were harmed. After the murder of Kirov, top functionaries of the Leningrad NKVD were given very light sentences, but in 1937 they were shot. We can assume that they were shot in order to cover the traces of the organizers of Kirov's killing. Even before Khrushchev gave this speech, he had managed to force a reconsideration of the Kirov murder through the Presidium. In determining that Nikolaev's act was of a political character and asking for information about the activities of the various conspiratorial groups in Leningrad at the time, the Molotov Commission on April 23, 1956 basically reasserted the conclusion of December 1934.163. 163 Lino 577-8, Russian original in RKEB 2, 73-74. But Khrushchev's men, including KGB chief Ivan Sarav and prosecutor Roman Rudenko, issued a report at about the same time that set for the new line, that Nikolaev had been a lone gunman. This became the basic position during the Khrushchev years, as Lino's book amply documents. The wider implications of the Kirov murder. In a passage we have quoted elsewhere in this study, Lino recognizes the implications of Khrushchev's rewriting of the Kirov assassination in this way. If the official charges in the first two trials that former Zinoviev supporters /592/ had conspired to murder Kirov were entirely bogus, then the indictments in all of the succeeding show trials collapsed. But if there was some truth to the charge that Zinovievites conspired to kill Kirov, then that preserved the possibility of arguing that the latter charges were also valid, at least in part. Therefore Serov and Rudenko chose to make a clear-cut argument that Nikolov had had no relationship at all with the ex-Zinoviev supporters convicted in the trial of the Leningrad Center. Lino goes on to examine Khrushchev's cover-up, a conscious plan to fabricate a false version of the Kirov assassination, which included destroying some evidence and concealing other evidence from the Molotov Commission, which had been formed supposedly to resolve the mystery of the Kirov assassination. We agree with Lino's analysis this far. Khrushchev's men did not want to know the truth about the Kirov assassination, or, perhaps more accurately, they did not want anyone else to know the truth about it. They wanted to perpetrate a fraud for political purposes. This preconceived purpose fatally compromised Khrushchev's investigation from the very beginning, as it was intended to do. Lino recognizes this, but he fails to perceive its implications. For having proven that Khrushchev's investigation was fraudulent, Lino then embraces the conclusion of this same investigation, the lone gunman hypothesis. Can Lino possibly believe that Khrushchev's inquiry, which abandoned objectivity and pursued a preconceived conclusion from the outset, nevertheless somehow stumbled upon the truth despite itself? Evidently he does. Lino is extremely contradictory concerning Khrushchev and everything he did. Having proven to his readers that the Khrushchev-sponsored study of the Kirov assassination was dishonest from the beginning, Lino nevertheless assures us that it arrived at the truth. Lino then makes the further assumption that the other research Khrushchev's men did the research that, supposedly, established Stalin's heinous crimes and the collaboration, in mass murder of his principal associates. That research was, somehow, honest. For example, after examining in some detail the way in which Khrushchev's men biased the Kirov inquiry, Lino says the following. No one was covering for Stalin at this moment. The Khrushchevites revealed many of his most heinous crimes, as well as the collaboration of Molotov, Kaganovich, Malenkov, Beria, and others in mass murder. Khrushchev lied. Lino should have known better. To this point, not a single one of the accusations of Khrushchev and his men of criminal behavior or mass murder against Stalin and his associates has been verified. For example, every single one of the accusations Khrushchev made against Stalin and Beria in the secret speech is false. Every allegation against Stalin made by Alexander Shelepin in his speech to the 22nd Party Congress is false. Marshal Zhukov was provided with dishonestly edited documents to read aloud at the June 1957 Central Committee plenum, at which Khrushchev ousted Stalin supporters Malenkov, Molotov, Kaganovich, and Shepilov. Khrushchev never stated outright his real reasons for his mendacious attack on Stalin and others. Nor, of course, did Khrushchev ever publish the evidence to support his claims, while the little documentation he did cite has since been proven to have been falsified. Once we recognize this immense deception for what it is, the question returns with even greater force: why did Khrushchev do this? A generation later, Mikhail Gorbachev carried out an essentially similar attack on Stalin, but with a much more overt motive: to justify capitalist-style market economics into the Soviet system and, ultimately, to do away with its socialist aspects altogether. Gorbachev's actions suggest that Khrushchev may have been up to something similar, but at an earlier stage of the process. Other, or additional, explanations are possible. Some have suggested that Khrushchev may have wanted to stop the erosion of power away from party first secretaries towards the Soviet government. Though somewhat suspicious of Khrushchev, Lino accepts the Gorbachev-era studies completely. This means that he also accepts the Khrushchev-era conclusions despite his inconsistent expressions of distrust of them. He embraces Kirillina's book, which bases itself upon Gorbachev-era materials. Kirillina also proceeds from the preconceived idea that Nikolov was a lone gunman, without even the pretense that she is trying to resolve a question that has not been previously answered. Her whole book is an exercise in assuming that which ought to be proven. Lino claims to be trying to solve the Kirov murder mystery. But in fact Lino did not approach the Kirov assassination as a crime to be solved or a problem to which the solution is not known. Instead Lino wrote his book to present the best possible case for a preconceived idea, the lone gunman hypothesis. He ignores almost all of the evidence that is incompatible with this hypothesis. He twists the evidence he does deal with to try to force that evidence to appear compatible with the lone gunman hypothesis. In the end Lino utterly fails to find any evidence that supports this hypothesis, yet he still concludes it is correct. This means Lino had decided what his conclusion must be before he did his research. The Kirov case opened the door to the rest of the high politics of the 1930s. NKVD investigators kept pulling at loose ends, as Iyagada put it, and kept uncovering more and more conspirators, and conspiracies. We can trace this process in a general way despite the continued refusal of Russian authorities to release the documentation. Meanwhile more than the statutory 75 years have passed since the Kirov murder and trial, the period after which such materials are, apparently, supposed to be declassified in today's Russia. Yet the Russian authorities continue to keep many of the Kirov assassination materials secret. Although we do not know why, one possible explanation is that the evidence, once made public, would definitively disprove the lone gunman hypothesis. In the previous chapter we gave a brief account of how the Kremlin affair evolved from the Kirov case and how it began to lead to what was to become the first Moscow trial of August 1936. In pre-trial interrogations and at the August 1936 trial Sokolnikov was named, along with some Trotskyite military figures. That led investigators to the January 1937 trial, at which yet more figures were named, and that led to the Tkhachevsky affair of May-June 1937 and ultimately to the 1938 Moscow trial. Meanwhile all of these events, but especially the Tkhachevsky affair, led directly to the Azovshchina, or Great Terror, of July 1937 to November, 1938. That ended only when Azov himself was persuaded to resign from his post as Commissar of the NKVD in effect, when he gave up on the chances that his own bloody conspiracy would succeed. The big cover-up of Soviet history. When Khrushchev assumed power in 1953, the revolution of 1917 was 36 years old. Kirov's murder had occurred only 19 years earlier, the Moscow trials and Azovshchina more recently still. Khrushchev undertook the incredibly bold task of completely rewriting a history that was very recent and known to tens of millions of people. And his rewriting was a drastic one. Stalin had been touted as a hero by tens of millions of people within the USSR, to say nothing of hundreds of millions around the world. Khrushchev did not go halfway. He made a frontal assault on Stalin, and thereby on recent Soviet history. In 1961 Khrushchev masterminded a second attack on Stalin at the 22nd Party Congress. This attack was, if anything, sharper than the one he had proposed 5.5 years earlier. This time it was followed by a veritable flood of officially sponsored historical works in which Khrushchev's reversal of historical assessments was elaborated. This wealth of material became the source for anti-communist historiography for the next quarter century and more, until Gorbachev sponsored an even more extensive and still sharper attack on Soviet history. Gorbachev went further in that he included Khrushchev and his contemporaries, the anti-Stalinists of a generation before, as secondary villains. The Gorbachev paradigm of Soviet history is a version of the Khrushchev paradigm, which was the version of Soviet history almost universal outside the USSR and Communist bloc during and after Khrushchev's day. This paradigm of Soviet history elsewhere I have called it, for the sake of brevity, the anti-Stalin paradigm remains the mainstream model today. Most research is done in such a manner as to fit more or less seamlessly into this paradigm. This paradigm is rarely challenged in academic journals and books. Both Lino and Kirillina tailor their arguments and conclusions to fit comfortably within this paradigm. The only left version of Soviet history permitted in mainstream historiography is the Trotskyite version, which privileges Leon Trotsky to an absurd degree but otherwise partakes of all the anti-Stalin myths of the mainstream anti-communist paradigm. But this mainstream Khrushchev Cold War Gorbachev Trotskyite anti-Stalin paradigm fares very poorly when the evidence for it is carefully examined. It is made up of a number of assertions, none of which can be demonstrated by the evidence available now. This is the Soviet history of the Stalin period that is widely known and widely taught, and that provides the framework for most of the research on Soviet history that is done today. The Kirov murder is a foundational part of this paradigm. As Lino noted with respect to Khrushchev's men, if Nikolov and the other men convicted with him really were part of a clandestine terrorist Zinovyevite conspiracy, then the possibility exists that the rest of the alleged conspiracies of the 1930s were true, more or less as they were described at the time. That would not only necessitate a rewriting of Soviet history of the 1930s. It would mean throwing out the whole anti-Stalin paradigm that has structured Soviet historiography in the West for so years, and that in the late USSR and Russia for more than 20 years. There is a huge individual and institutional investment in this historical paradigm. It is fundamental to the careers of a great many historians. It is a component, even an essential, part of the Cold War narrative of communism. It is part of the foundational historical mythology of all the post-Soviet states. A paradigm such as this one serves powerful capitalist interests, which are always eager to embrace arguments that the exploitation of man by man cannot be ended, that attempts to end it lead to even greater horrors, that those who want to change the world through communist revolution are really the enemies of mankind because they can only bring out greater suffering and destruction. Thus the anti-Stalin paradigm performs a great service for the cause of exploitation and inequality. Like all historical paradigms, the anti-Stalin paradigm is relatively impervious to refutation by research. No single piece of research can overturn a paradigm. At the same time, the paradigm acts to contain research. Research results that do not fit within the paradigm are likely to be simply ignored or, at best, considered marginal by professional historians within the institutional structure of knowledge production universities and other research institutes generally. The present work, like the work we have published previously and the work of a few other researchers, constitutes a frontal challenge to and rejection of this mainstream anti-Stalin paradigm. We predict it will be ignored by some and marginalized by others. But it will also be welcomed by those who are looking not for an elaboration of the mainstream anti-communist paradigm, but for the truth. It is to those readers we look for comment and criticism. Appendix 1: The issue of torture. In the opening pages of his book, Lino refers to what he terms layers of evidence in the assassination case, the most important of which are pre-murder documents related to the lives of Kirov and Nikolov, the materials of the December 1934–January 1935 investigation of the killing, documents from the renewed investigation of the Great Terror years, many of which are witness statements given under torture or the threat of same. Lino uses no quotation marks around the word investigation in reference to the December 1934–January 1935 investigation, but does use them in reference to the 1936–1938 investigation. He does not explain this variation. Likewise, Lino does not allege torture or the threat of torture in the case of the 1934–35 investigation, but does so in the case of that of 1936–1938. The reader of Lino's book will discover that Lino does examine a lot of the evidence of the December 1934 investigation. Lino suggests that some of the confessions made by suspects in December 1934 might have been due to torture, though he presents no evidence that any of them were. The confessions of a number of the defendants at the December 1934 Kirov trial are disconcerting to Lino. If they were genuine, then Lino's entire thesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman falls to the ground. Yet Lino can produce no evidence that they are not genuine, for example, that they were false and either scripted or otherwise forced from the defendants by torture or the threat of same, by threats against family members, or by some other means. In a classic example of begging the question, Lino simply assumes that the confessions of the December 1934 defendants were false. Lino never examines any, not a single one of the many documents from 1936-1938 that bear on the Kirov murder. To any objective reader who has even a passing familiarity with the Kirov assassination, this is an astonishing omission, one that demands an explanation. We suggest that Lino uses the allegation of torture to avoid examining a great deal of evidence that would, if examined, disprove the thesis of his book that Nikolov was a lone gunman and that all the rest of those convicted of participation in Kirov's murder were innocent, framed by Stalin and or the NKVD. That is to say, Lino employs torture as a smokescreen or a bogeyman, either to obscure the fact that Lino has avoided examining huge amounts of important evidence, or to frighten the reader into acquiescing with Lino's decision to assume all this material was fabricated or forced unwillingly from the defendants, without Lino's having to give any argument or evidence at all that this was the case. The bogeyman of torture has been employed before this by those who write about the history of the USSR during the 1930s. We believe Lino is doing just that in this book. In order to dispel the fog of confusion surrounding the concept of torture, we need to examine it more closely. Torture and the historical problems related to it. 164. 164. The following paragraphs are taken from Grover Furr, Khrushchev Lied 151-3. See also the section The Charge of Torture as a Smokescreen in Furr, Evidence of Leon Trotsky's Collaboration with Germany and Japan, Cultural Logic 2009, 151-153. At http://clogic.eserver.org/2009/fur.pdf. From Stalin's day on, no one has denied that many prisoners arrested on political charges during the period that Nikolai Ezhov was head of the NKVD, particularly in the period 1937 to 1938, were tortured. Rehabilitation courts in Khrushchev and post-Khrushchev times have often rehabilitated defendants on the basis that they were tortured. Normally this took the form of declaring their convictions invalid. In a judicial procedure, even in the USSR during Stalin's time, evidence obtained from a defendant by torture was invalid and could not legally be used at trial. The fact that a defendant was tortured does not mean that defendant was innocent. It is not evidence that the defendant was innocent. But it is often erroneously assumed to be. In reality, there are many different possibilities. A person may be guilty, be tortured, and confess. A person may be guilty, be tortured, and not confess. A person may be innocent, be tortured, and confess. A person may be innocent, be tortured, and still not confess. A person may be innocent, not be tortured, and still confess guilt to another crime. A person may have been tortured, but be found guilty by other evidence, such as testimony of other defendants or physical evidence. Other testimony, from other individuals, and other evidence, usually come into play. In addition, it is important to bear in mind that any confession may be honest, i.e., the person confessing is trying to tell the truth as he remembers it, or dishonest. Any confession may be truthful or untruthful. The fact that someone tells the truth as he remembers it does not mean that what he says really is truthful. An example of this is Bulanov's confession at the March 1938 Moscow trial concerning the death of Borisov. Bulanov thought he remembered that Yagoda was involved in arranging for Borisov to be killed. But in the archival, i.e. original, version, Bulanov admits that his memory is rather confused. And sure enough, Bulanov remembered incorrectly. Establishing the fact that someone really has been tortured is not always easy. The mere fact that someone claims he confessed because he was tortured is hardly foolproof. There are many reasons why people might want to retract a confession of guilt. Claiming one was tortured is a way of doing this while preserving some dignity. To be reasonably certain a person was tortured, we need further evidence of the fact, such as a statement or confession by a person who actually did the torturing, a corroborating witness, or physical injuries consistent with torture. When there is no evidence at all that a defendant was tortured, objective scholars have no business concluding that he was tortured. This obvious point is often overlooked, probably because a paradigm that everybody was tortured, and thus that everybody was innocent, acts powerfully on the minds of both researchers and readers. For our purposes, all this should just serve to remind us of the need for evidence. We can't assume a person was tortured without evidence that he was. We can't assume a person was guilty or innocent just because he was tortured, much less on the basis of a mere allegation that he was tortured. Most important, we can't assume that testimony was obtained through torture because that testimony is inconvenient for us or contradicts our own hypothesis. This is in fact what Leno and Egg do, time and again. Rather than consider each piece of evidence, including the evidence, if any, that it was obtained by torture or threat, Leno refuses to examine any of the pretrial or trial evidence of the three Moscow trials of August 1936, January 1937, and March 1938. In effect, he simply rejects this evidence out of hand. A great deal of this evidence directly concerns the assassination of Kirov, but all of it tends to disprove Leno's hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman. On page 9, Leno writes, "During the Great Terror, NKVD officers tortured witnesses until they provided testimony supporting fantastic charges of conspiracy against former party leaders. This highly unreliable and self-contradictory body of testimony muddied the waters of the Kirov case." Leno displays a lack of objectivity here. For example, he employs the word fantastic applied to the charges against the Moscow trial defendants and others in a subjective manner. This is the logical fallacy known as the argument from incredulity, which takes the following form. P is too incredible, therefore P must be false. 165. 165. See for example, the discussion of the argument from incredulity at http://rationalwiki.org/wiki/argument_from_incredulity. This is a form of the argument from ignorance. The truth or falsehood of a hypothesis or proposition must be demonstrated by evidence. It cannot depend upon whether a given individual can believe it or not, for, to quote Hamlet, "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy." There is nothing objectively fantastic about the confessions. The word fantastic is a statement about the person who is using it, not about the testimony itself. It appears that Leno is attempting, through the use of rhetorical language, to persuade his reader to allow him to conjure away his obligation to examine all the evidence. His use of the words highly unreliable and self-contradictory are also indicative of deception. Leno does not inform us by what measure he has gauged the degree of reliability, whatever that means, of testimony. Of course, he has not done so. Leno is also guilty of the opposite fallacy, declaring someone's work reliable because it is convenient for his, Leno's, hypothesis. As we show elsewhere in this study, the evidence about the Kirov assassination that we find in the transcripts of the three Moscow trials is damning to Leno's hypothesis that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Rather than examine this evidence carefully and try to assess its strengths and weaknesses, Leno prefers to simply dismiss it with words like tortured, fantastic, unreliable, and self-contradictory. The term self-contradictory hides a fallacy too. For we ought to suspect forgery if statements by different conspirators about the same events were identical in detail, that is, if they did not exhibit contradictions. This adjective, along with unconvincing, occur in Khrushchev and Gorbachev-era rehabilitation reports, in which the goal was to declare former oppositionists innocent without evidence. The same is true about testimony by a single suspect. If a suspect at first denies his guilt and then proceeds to admit guilt, gradually a common practice, then of course his later confessions will contradict his earlier confessions, and his confessions as a whole will be self-contradictory. In reality, self-contradiction of this kind is to be expected, and it would in fact be more suspicious if none were observed. Leno's use of the word torture here represents the first example of a practice which we call the use of torture as a smokescreen. Nowhere does Leno even attempt to demonstrate that testimony obtained through torture was material, much less crucial, in the prosecutions against former party leaders in the matter of Kirov's murder. We shall examine some more instances of Leno's allegations of torture as a smokescreen behind which to obscure his refusal to study evidence highly relevant to Kirov's murder but fatal to his own hypothesis that Nikolov acted alone. On page 17, discussing the Bush administration's use of torture in 2009, Leno refers to the use of torture by Stalin and his secret police to extract false but politically useful confessions of terrorist conspiracies. It is incorrect to refer to the NKVD as his meaning Stalin's NKVD, as Leno does here. To date, scholarship has uncovered no evidence whatever, not a single example, that Stalin or those loyal to him used torture to extract false but politically useful confessions of terrorist activity. Leno's use of the word "his" here is an attempt to imply that Stalin ordered that innocent persons be tortured into giving false confessions, when, to repeat, no scholar, no matter how anti-communist or anti-Stalin, has ever uncovered a shred of evidence to support that charge. Moreover, if we did have some examples, that would not mean that everyone was tortured. Much less would it mean that everyone whose testimony contradicts Leno's hypothesis gave that testimony under torture or the threat of same. It is certainly true that the NKVD under Azov used torture widely to get innocent people to sign scripted confessions of guilt. We have a lot of evidence of this now in the form of testimony by former NKVD men themselves, those who tortured or who witnessed torture. All of this evidence is from the post-Azov period when, under Beria as commissar of the NKVD, Azov's horrifying practices were being examined, NKVD men arrested, tried, and convicted, and cases of condemned people being reviewed. That is, much of what we know about the torture of suspects in the Soviet Union during the 1930s comes from Beria's investigations, which were, of course, supported by Stalin. Azov was involved in a conspiracy to overthrow Stalin and the party and government leadership, and also to assassinate Stalin. I have collected all the texts of Azov's confessions that have been published in various sources so the readers can study them for themselves. 166. 166. The original Russian texts are at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-research/ezhovpokazaniia.html. Leno fails to cite a single instance of the use of torture to extract false confessions of Moscow trial defendants' material to the Kirov murder case. This is another example of torture as smokescreen. Leno assumes all of this testimony is false without studying any of it. He employs the unsupported allegation of torture as a smokescreen behind which Leno disposes of all the post-1934 evidence that contradicts his hypothesis. Leno's allegations of torture to avoid discussion of the Moscow trial evidence is also a tacit admission that he recognizes the contradiction between this evidence and his preconceived idea that Nikolov was a lone gunman and that no opposition conspiracies took place. In this section we will examine a number of instances of this practice of Leno's. On page 313 Leno asks, why did Zvezdov and other purported members of the Leningrad Center confess? And continues. Then there was physical abuse. Beatings and other direct physical torture were not officially permitted by the NKVD leadership at this time, but they undoubtedly occurred. Interrogators certainly used other forms of torture. Leno tries to use this allegation of torture to cast doubt upon the confessions of Zvezdov and other defendants solely because those confessions are fatal for his lone gunman hypothesis. Leno should have informed his readers at this point that he has found no evidence at all that torture was used against them. Instead he goes on to use the words undoubtedly and certainly without any justification whatever. Leno fails to even consider the possibility that Zvezdov was telling the truth. There is no evidence of torture used against Moscow trial defendants. We have pointed out elsewhere with reference to the case of Valentin Astrov, a follower of Bukharin's who was interrogated about Bukharin and who confessed against him. In articles written after the end of the USSR, at a time when he was free to say anything at all, an aged Astrov insistently denied that he was tortured by the NKVD. Indeed, Astrov asserted that the NKVD investigators were respectful and never even called him Ty. On page 369 Leno quotes, from an archival document, Defendant Mandelstam's explanation, given during the December 28 to 29, 1934 trial, for retracting part of a confession of December 19. Mandelstam allegedly said, "On December 19 I was in such a condition that I would have signed anything." Leno then writes, the implication would seem to be that he had been tortured. In fact, it is next to impossible that he had been tortured. He would have certainly said that to the court, since it would be the strongest and most convincing reason for retracting one's confession. During 1937 to 1938 a great many persons testified at their trials that they had been tortured. This testimony is recorded in the transcripts, portions of which have been quoted in the works of a few privileged researchers who have had access to them. 167. 167. So what else could Mandelstam have meant? In the first place, it meant that he was withdrawing the confession in question. In Soviet law the defendant had to confirm any confessions made before trial, or that evidence could not be used against him at trial. This does not mean that the confession was either true or false, only that the defendant wished to withdraw it. That would force the prosecution either to get him to retract his withdrawal or to rely upon other evidence, for example, the testimony of his co-conspirators. It is common for people under intense interrogation to confess to things that they later wish to retract. For example, elsewhere in this study we examine Iyagada's testimony at the 1938 Moscow trial. It seems clear from the published transcript that under intense interrogation Iyagada momentarily agreed that he was an accomplice in Kirov's murder. But later in the transcript he repeatedly and insistently denies his complicity, as he also had done during pre-trial interrogations published in 1997. On page 468 Leno writes Tkhachevsky and his fellows were tortured and shot. This is simply false. Leno cites no evidence that the marshal was tortured because none exists. 168. 168. Moreover, there is a great deal of evidence that they were guilty, including evidence from outside the USSR. On page 573 Leno refers to evidence that was extracted under torture in the process of fabricating a case against arrested NKVD chief Yagoda. Leno never even identifies, much less examines, a single piece of such evidence. Nor does Leno provide any evidence whatsoever of torture. More importantly, he ignores all the evidence in the confessions by Iyagada himself, refusing even to tell his readers that it exists. We examine that evidence in a separate chapter. On page 601 Leno writes, the 1937 testimony of the driver and guards who accompanied Borisov on December 2 was extracted under torture, and was therefore untrustworthy. Leno provides no evidence to support this statement. But in any case the issue is whether Iyagada and the bloc of Rights, Zinovievites and Trotskyites conspired in Kirov's murder. The issue of Borisov is a detail that is irrelevant in this context. Whether Borisov was or was not a part of the conspiracy to kill Kirov, and no one today thinks that he was, does not bear on the issue of whether the conspiracy existed. Torture and evidence. It is indicative of Leno's use of the torture issue to confuse matters that he states that testimony, extracted under torture, was therefore untrustworthy. Leno should know, and convey to his readers, that all testimony is untrustworthy, in that no testimony should be simply trusted. All testimony, like all evidence of any kind, has to be carefully studied. Moreover, it is not the case that testimony not given under torture is more trustworthy than testimony given under torture. People who are tortured may be lying, but people who are not tortured may also be lying. Simply knowing whether someone was tortured or not does not help us determine whether the testimony they gave was truthful or not. On page 610 Leno is discomfited by the fact that in January 1961 Karl Ivanov, an officer who sometimes guarded Kirov in the early 1930s, reconfirmed his testimony from the 1930s. Leno comments, obviously Shatunovskaya's practice of asking witnesses to confirm their testimony from the terror years led to the perpetuation of falsehoods extracted under torture. This is far from obvious, as Leno would have it. Lino does not know that the 1930s testimony in question was obtained under torture or not, nor does he suggest that Ivanov's 1961 testimony was obtained under torture. This would appear to be simply a chance for Lino to gratuitously raise the torture bogeyman again. He cites no evidence at all that Ivanov had been tortured, or that people were confirming testimony in the post-Stalin years that they had only made because of torture in the 1930s. On page 622 Lino writes, "Made extensive use of 1937 to 1938 depositions from Gubin, Zaporozhye, other Leningrad NKVD officers, Yagoda and Yagoda's former deputy Bulanov, extracted under torture and used to incriminate Yagoda at the March 1938 trial. Lino cites no evidence that Yagoda or Bulanov were tortured because there is none. On the contrary, as he did during the March 1938 Moscow trial, Yagoda made a differentiated confession. He confessed to some crimes during his pre-trial interrogations but stoutly refused to confess to others, despite the efforts of his interrogators. This behavior is not consistent with the hypothesis that Yagoda was tortured. Lino ignores the very extensive pre-trial confessions of Yagoda that bear directly on the Kirov murder case, and of course ignores the testimony at the March 1938 trial as well. As for depositions of Gubin and Zaporozhye, none of them has been published and Lino does not quote any of them. But whether they were tortured or not is irrelevant. Yagoda's testimony implicates both of them directly. We examine Yagoda's testimony in a separate section. Evidence that torture was not used. The only piece of evidence that supports Lino's hypothesis and conclusion that Nikolov acted alone are the texts of his early interrogations. These texts present significant problems that Lino hides from his readers. We examine them elsewhere in this study. On page 289 Lino writes the following, referring to December 7 and 8, 1934. He declared a hunger strike, and resisted leaving his cell. To get him to interrogations the guards had to put him in a straitjacket and carry him down the hall while he struggled and shouted, "It is I, Nikolov, they're torturing me, remember me." This is an important moment for Lino's hypothesis, since it is the only reference to torture in his examination of the December 1934 investigation of Kirov's murder. By December 6 Nikolov had already renounced his early confessions that he acted alone. Now he was confessing to being a part of an underground terrorist Zinovyevite conspiracy. Since Nikolov's early confessions constitute the sole evidence that supports the lone gunman hypothesis, it is vital for the lone gunman theory that Nikolov's later confessions be discredited. Lino's source for Nikolov's words about torture is an article in the popular magazine THIRD of December 4, 1990 by Yuri Sidov. 169. However, Sidov gives no source for Nikolov's words. We do not know whether they are from an official report by NKVD investigators or represent only a rumor, a fact Lino fails to tell his readers. Even if we knew and had access to the source, a study of that source would be essential before we could state it as a fact that this incident had occurred. Even if it did happen, that does not mean that Nikolov was actually tortured. There is no other evidence that Nikolov was tortured, and Lino does not repeat the allegation. 169. We examine Lino's further use of Sidov elsewhere in this study. And we must remember that even if it were proven that Nikolov was tortured, whatever that term means, this would not prove that he did not tell the truth. As we pointed out above, there is no correlation between torture/lack of torture and falsehood/truth. A person may be tortured and still tell the truth, a person who is not tortured may lie, and so on. Lino repeats much later allegations that Nikolov had been promised lenient treatment for himself and/or his family. Lino claims that these promises were in exchange for giving the testimony they desired. But Lino is making this up. He has no evidence whatsoever to support these statements. He does not cite any testimony that the investigators demanded false confessions from Nikolov. In any case, it is legal even in the United States today for investigators to lie to suspects, give them better food or treatment, etc., in order to elicit information. This is not a form of compulsion, much less of torture. Lino reproduces on page 343 a note of December 21, 1934 from Lev G. Mironov, an NKVD chief, to investigator Genrik S. Lyashkov asking that he try to ascertain certain facts about Nikolov. It is important to note, though Lino does not, that these are not leading questions, but requests for facts. On page 378 Lino admits that, on February 3, 1935 Agranov, chief of the now concluded Kirov murder investigation, said, "We were not able to prove that the Moscow Center knew about the preparations for a terrorist attack on Comrade Kirov 170. This constitutes additional evidence that no torture was used, since presumably at least one of the January 1935 defendants would have cracked under torture. It is, therefore, strong evidence that the defendants in the December 1934 Kirov trial testified voluntarily. A number of them confessed fully, as we discuss elsewhere in this study. 170 Kirillina, 366, cites the original Russian text of Agranov's words. Though he does not discuss the Moscow trial testimony concerning Kirov's murder, Lino does note that Bukharin and Rykov, while admitting their guilt to many capital offenses, vigorously denied any part in Kirov's assassination. He does not seem to realize that this in fact constitutes evidence that they were not tortured or threatened. Appendix 2 Texts of primary documents ignored by all previous writers. This section will contain the following documents that are relevant to the December 1936 Kirov trial and have not been published before anywhere. All translations are my own. Note: for English pages choose character encoding Western. For Russian page choose character encoding Cyrillic. Kotalinov interrogation of December 12, 1934 http://tinyurl.com/kotolyan121234 Tsarkov interrogation of December 13, 1934 http://tinyurl.com/tsar-kov121334 Kotalinov interrogation of December 19, 1934 http://tinyurl.com/kotolyan121934 Gorshinin interrogation of December 21, 1934 http://tinyurl.com/gorzhinin122134 In addition, I include the following 3 documents. All are previously unpublished and all contain material references to the Kirov murder. Zinoviev interrogation of July 28, 1936 http://tinyurl.com/zeno6728 Joule 36 http://tinyurl.com Zinoviev 072836 Kamina interrogation of August 10, 1936 http://tinyurl.com/Kamenev10og36 http://tinyurl.com/Kamenev081036 Zinoviev interrogation of August 1936 http://tinyurl.com/Zeno6sevog36 http://tinyurl.com/Zeno6ev0836 I have put the following documents on the internet because they are important and hard to obtain. Nikolov's first confession, as in Kirillina's book, http://tinyurl.com/Nikolaev120134 Kirillina Nikolov's first confession, as in Lino's book, http://tinyurl.com/Nikolaev120134 Leno E. The indictment. http://tinyurl.com/indictment-rus. Bibliography and sources. Many primary and secondary sources were consulted in preparing this book. Most are in Russian only, as of the date of publication very few are available in English. This is one reason for the many quotations from primary and secondary sources in the text. All translations are by the author unless otherwise noted in the text. Editor. The bibliography has been put online in order to reduce the length, and the cost, of this book. It may be found at http://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/kirov_bibel.html. The significant errors in the first 2 printings, may be found at http://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/errata-addenda.html. Sources. 1. In Russian the party's title was VKP, or All-Union Communist Party. Informally, it was still referred to as the Bolshevik Party, Bolsheviks, etc. 2. See Grover Furr and Vladimir L. Bobrov, Stephen Cohen's biography of Bukharin, a study in the falsehood of Khrushchev-era revelations. Cultural Logic 2010, page 5. At http://clogic.eserver.org/2010/fur.pdf. 3. Egg and Lino were apparently unaware of each other's work and do not reference each other. Both cite Kiri-Lena. 4. Vyshinsky, AIA. Teoria sudebnych dokazatelj STVV Sovietskom Prave, Section 3. At http://scilib.narod.ru/other/v/Vyshinsky/v.htm number sign 1_3. 5. Genrik Iagada. Narkom Vini Trenik del SSR. Generalny Komissar Gosударственной Безопасности. Spornik Dokumentov. Kazan, 1997, p. 184. 6. A tell is an unconscious gesture or expression by which a poker player gives a sign to other players whether his hand is good or bad. This makes it impossible to bluff his opponents, an essential skill in poker. 7. We will return to this point in the chapter Bukharin and Kotalinov. 8. Lyashkov was lying in this article, which was written for propaganda purposes, as we shall show. 9. IU. And Zhukov. Sledství sudební procesy podle obyabystv Kirova. Voprozy Istorii 2, 2000, p. 40. 10. We consider Leno's anti-communist bias in another chapter. 11. Pospelov was an early supporter of Khrushchev, who promoted him to secretary of the Central Committee and then candidate member of the Presidium of the CPSU. Like Khrushchev himself, Pospelov had been an enthusiastic promoter of the cult of personality around Stalin. 12. For a brief overview of this question see Mark Tauger. Famine in Russian History. Modern Encyclopedia of Russian and Soviet History, Volume 10, Supplement, 79-92. Tauger's own works on the famine are cited at page 92. Tauger cites E.P. Borisenkov and V.M. Paskitsky. Tzyak letnie letopis neobichank iavolny I prirodi. Moscow, MYSL, 1988. Wheatcroft argues that the 1946–1947 famine was due to factors beyond the Soviet government's control, poor weather conditions worldwide and the terrible destruction of the war. Wheatcroft, Stephen G. The Soviet famine of 1946–1947, the Weather and Human Agency in Historical Perspective. Europe-Asia Studies, 64:6, 987-1005. 13. Pregover, undated January 16, 1935, p. 6. Info Kaganov Archive, LOC. I have put a facsimile online at http://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/prigover011635.pdf. 14. We cannot discuss this question exhaustively in the present study. However, far from killing millions, collectivization arguably saved millions of lives by sparing the USSR future famines. As for the NKVD's killing of a little fewer than 700,000 people in 1937 to 1938, the evidence shows that in fact Nikolai Ezhov did it without Stalin's knowledge. See the beginning of the next chapter for a little more on this question. 15. We discuss a little of the evidence against those senior party officials whom Khrushchev mentioned in his secret speech to the 20th Party Congress in Grover Furr. Khrushchev lied. The evidence that every revelation of Stalin's crimes in Nikita Khrushchev's infamous secret speech to the 20th Party Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on February 25, 1956, is provably false. Kettering O.H., Erythros Press Media LLC, 2011. 16. We know that Ezhov fabricated cases against a great many persons during 1937 to 1938, but no evidence connects Stalin with such fabrications. 17. Much of the scholarship on the famine of 1932 to 33 is highly tendentious and even deliberately falsified. For the best, most objective and qualified research, see Davies, R.W., and Stephen G. Wheatcroft. The Years of Hunger. Soviet Agriculture, 1931 to 1933. Palgrave Macmillan 2009 and Togger, Mark. Review of R.W. Davies and Stephen G. Wheatcroft, The Years of Hunger, Soviet Agriculture, 1931 to 1933. New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2004. At http://years.net/book_reviews/years-hunger-soviet-agriculture-1931-1933. Wheatcroft and Davies believe that bad weather was a further major factor in the famines. Togger believes the poor weather was the single most important factor. Borisenkov and Paskitsky, previously cited, have shown that serious crop failures and famines had occurred every 2 to 4 years with frightening regularity for at least a millennium. 18. Apparently Robert Eck, and then a number of other first secretaries, approached Stalin and the Politburo after the June 1937 Central Committee plenum and asked for these special powers to deal with conspiracies, rebellions, and revolts in their areas. This led to the Politburo Decree on Anti-Soviet Elements of July 2, 1937, which authorized all first secretaries to arrest kulaks and criminals who had returned to their areas, shoot the most dangerous of them, and exile the rest to other areas. For the next year or more Stalin was flooded with reports of conspiracies and revolts from all over the USSR, some of which have been published. According to Kostov, a very anti-Stalin researcher and one of the compilers of several of these invaluable document collections, Stalin believed these reports. The most terrible thing was that Stalin made decisions on the basis of confessions that were inventions of certain NKVD workers. Stalin's reactions showed that he took these confessions completely seriously. Lubyanka. Sovetskaya Elita N.A. Stalinskoy Golgov. 1937 to 1938. Ed. V.N. Kostov, August 2013, 96 to 129 for a report on discoveries that refute the official version. 20. C. Grover Furr, The Moscow Trials and the Great Terror of 1937 to 1938, What the Evidence Shows. July 31, 2010. At https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-ferg/research/trials_ezhovsh China_update 0710.html. 21. Skorivisko, Nikib Byl Rastrelian. 22. The rough draft of the Politburo resolution proposing that Zinoviev and Kamina be reinstated in the party and not have to pass through the purge, or review of membership, then taking place, may be seen at http://www.russarchives.ru/events/17exp/217.html. It appears that the handwriting is Stalin's. The resolution was passed on December 12, 1933, 1 month before the 17th Party Congress. 23. Moreover, the fact that Nikolov may have claimed he was being tortured does not prove that he was in fact tortured, much less that what he testified was false. We discuss the issue of torture as smokescreen elsewhere in the present book. 24. Ezhov might be considered part of the Stalinist leadership, but so was Stalin, of course. Leno's use of this evasive term suggests he may be aware of this contradiction and concealing it from his readers. 25. Grover Furr, Evidence of Leon Trotsky's collaboration with Germany and Japan. Cultural Logic, at http://clogic.eserver.org/2009/fur.pdf. 26. There is a great deal of documentation for these statements. See, for example, Furr, Khrushchev lied 250 to 257. 27. For a short discussion of this in English, see Knight, Beria, Chapter 9. There are now many discussions of Beria and his reform activities in his 100 days from March to June L 953. A list of Russian-language books available in 2005 is at the end of Furr, Stalin, and the Struggle for Democratic Reform. Part 2. Cultural Logic 2005, at http://clogic.eserver.org/2005/fur2.html. 28. The saying, Komer nosa ne podtikil, means nobody found fault with the job. 29. Sergei and Khrushchev. Nikita Khrushchev and the creation of a superpower. Tr. Shirley Benton, 165-6. In the original, unabbreviated Russian language text it is on pages 203-4. 30. For example, see the discussion at http://www.levius.org/th/theory/theory-testis.html. 31. In addition, it is far from certain that the Soviets were in fact guilty of the Katyn massacre. See the materials I have gathered in my page devoted to this question equals, the Katyn Forest Whodunit, http://www.tinyurl.com/ktn-the-truth. 32. Og. Shatunovskaya. Obshedshempik.La Hoya, CADAA Books, 2001, 228-9. At the Sakharov Center site, http://www.sakharovcenter.ru/auth/auth_book27b5.html, ID equals 863748 equals 1175 equals. 33. Rehabilitatsiya. Kak Ito Bilo. February 1956 Nakalo 80 Kh Godov. Moskva, Matarik, 2003, 36-37. 34. We have an article pending in which we demonstrate that Sarav fabricated this story. 35. See Grover Furr, Khrushchev lied, the evidence that every revelation of Stalin's crimes in Nikita Khrushchev's infamous secret speech to the 20th Party Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on February 25, 1956, is provably false. Kettering O.H., Erythros Press Media LLC, 2011, Passim. Russian edition, Fair, Teny XX Go SSD, Ili Antistalinskaya Podlost. Moscow, Exmo Algorithm, 2010. 36. For a more detailed study of Iakir's letter and Zhukov's and Chalepin's falsifications of it see Furr, Khrushchev lied, 209-211. 37. The most recent study is by Stephen G. Wheatcroft, The Soviet Famine of 1946-1947, The Weather and Human Agency in Historical Perspective. Europe-Asia Studies, 64:6, 987-1005. Wheatcroft concludes that this famine was part of the world food crisis of 1946-1947, which was the most serious global food shortage of modern history, when famine simultaneously threatened Central and Eastern Europe, India, Indochina, and China, and bread rationing was introduced in Britain for the first time ever. That is, the policies of the Soviet government had nothing to do with it. 38. See Furr, Khrushchev lied, 114-6, where I give more details. 39. See Furr, Khrushchev lied, 209-212. 40. Speech of Com. Chalepin, in XXIIS Kommunistiskiskogo Partii Sovetskogo Swayoza. 17-31 Oktября 1961 Goda. Stenografisheskia Chayat, 2, 403. 41. Fair, Grover. On Stalinskaya Podlost Moskva, Algorithm, 2007. This is the Russian original. Khrushchev lied is an updated version. 42. After the successful consolidation of power by the Communist Party following the Russian Revolution of 1917 and the Russian Civil War, the Bolshevik leadership, including Lenin, instituted a ban on fractions within the party as Resolution No. 12 of the 10th Party Congress in 1921. It was passed in the morning session on March 16, 1921. Supporters of Trotsky sometimes claim that this ban was intended to be temporary. But there is no language in the discussion at the 10th Party Congress suggesting that it was intended to be temporary. See 10 ISS-RKP. Protocoli. Rubashov, a character in Arthur Koestler's 1940 novel Darkness at Noon, confesses to crimes of which he is innocent out of a mixture of guilt and loyalty to the party. 44 Pierre Bruet, Party Opposition to Stalin and the First Moscow Trial. In John W. Strong, ed. Essays on Revolutionary Culture and Stalinism, at p. 104. 45 The anti-communist double standard in historiography is discussed in, e.g. James Prickett, Anti-Communism and Labor History, Industrial Relations 13, 219-227. Online at http://tinyurl.com/Prickettindirl74. 46 Raskaz Odoziady Rastrelyanik, Izvestia September 2, 1992, p. 3. 47 Wendy Z. Goldman Terror and Democracy in the Age of Stalin discusses the political struggles and opposition within the industrial working class in the 1920s and 1930s. 48 A.J. Liebling. The Press. New York, Pantheon, 1975, 261. 49 Stalin to Kaganovich, August 12, 1934. In Stalin I Kaganovich. Perepiska. 1931-1936 GG. Ed. Klevniuk, O.V., et al. Moscow, Rospin, 2001, p. 432. 50 The list of those expelled from the party at the 15th Party Congress in 1927 is on p. 1247 of the transcript of the Congress. A number of the Zinovievites later involved in the Kirov murder are among them. 51c, for example, Jeffrey Bird's, The Soviet War Against Fifth Columnists, The Case of Chechnya, 1942-4, Journal of Contemporary History 42, 267-314. Despite the title, Birds discusses far more than just Chechnya. 52 Quoted from http://www.logicalfallacies.info/presumption/begging-the-question. 53 Cheryshev nevertheless provides a lot of information about the arrests, charges against, and confessions of Peterson, as well as of many other military officers. A military historian, Cheryshev evidently had privileged access to investigative materials unavailable to anyone else. Peterson, his arrest, and his confession are discussed especially in Cheryshev, Komendanty Kremlia v Labyrintik v Lasti. Moscow, Vesh, 2005, 350-421, Cheryshev, N.S. Nevinovnik N.E. Bibayet. Chekhisty Protiv Voenik, 1918-1953. Moscow, Vesh, 2004, 261, 283. 54 Lino 459-460 and p. 786 NN. 15-19 and no 20. Zhukov, Tani Kremlovskogo dela 1935 Goda I Sud Ba Avlia Inukij, Voprov Istory I 9, 82-113. Zhukov outlines his reasons for considering the possibility that the Kremlin affair conspiracy really did occur at some length, pages 108-112. 55 We advisedly do not use the words false or fabrication here because some, at least, of the defendants did make false statements lie to the court. But they did so because they chose to do so, to conceal conspiratorial activity that they did not wish to reveal. 56 Report of court proceedings in the case of the anti-Soviet Trotskyite Center. Heard before the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Moscow, January 23-30, 1937, verbatim report. Moscow, People's Commissariat of Justice of the USSR, 1937, p. 549. Proces antisovietskogo trotskistskogo tentra. M. Nkiu Swaoza SSR. I Uradikosko izdatelstvo, S. 230. 57. The Lubyanka volumes published under the auspices of the Mezdunarодный Fond Demokratia record Stalin's annotations on many of the documents. 58. C. Grover Furr, Evidence of Leon Trotsky's collaboration with Germany and Japan. Cultural Logic, at http://clogic.eserver.org/2009/fur.pdf. 59. By genuine we do not necessarily mean true. We know that some of the defendants made statements that were false in order to protect other conspirators still at large. 60. Khrushchev told several mutually contradictory stories about Kozyrev. But we now have more evidence against him, from former Soviet documents published within the past decade. Lobov was named by many others as a rightist conspirator. In both cases the Russian authorities have refused to release the investigative files, as is the case in all but a few instances concerning the repressions of the 1930s. But the rehabilitation volumes do not cite any evidence that would support their innocence. 61. In addition, the terms fabrication something created and amalgam a mixture of two things, here of truth and falsehood are not the same thing, though Lino uses them synonymously. 62. For example, Krivitsky states that on January 24, 1937 he was reading the transcript of the second Moscow trial in the newspapers when he read that Karl Radek, one of the defendants, had named Tkhachevsky as absolutely loyal to the party and the government. But this is impossible. Radek's statements about Tkhachevsky were not printed in the Russian transcript of the trial. They were only printed later, in the much longer English-language transcript. 63. Shatunovskaya, O.G. Raskazy ob Ushedshemvik. Prolochini 2. Vokrug tragedii v Smolnom. At http://www.dabuks.net/ola/smolny.koi.html. 64. RKEB 3, 223. NF. Katkov was a member of the commission to study the repressions, including the Kirov assassination. 65. RKEB 3, 217-218. 66. RKEB 3, 597. 67. Medvedev, Royal. Let history judge. The Origin and Consequences of Stalinism. New York, Knopf, 1971, p. 164, Russian edition Case Yudu Istorii, 318-9. 68. RKEB 3, 501. Lino notes Medvedev's use of Shatunovskaya's version at p. 650. 69. Concerning Kamoji. Shatunovskaya's letter of September 5, 1988. Draft, Opizmiti. Shatunovskoy OGOT 5 Senchebria 1988 G. Pro Enite. 70. Harvard, Trotsky Archive 4782 p1, C. Bruet in Kayaz Leon Trotsky 1980 p. 36, Bruet, Party Opposition to Stalin, p. 100. 71. Other materials were certainly removed, purged with traces of their removal remaining. For example, excerpts from a discussion between Trotsky and Sedov concerning the slogan "Remove Stalin" remain in the archive, but the full letters from which these excerpts were made are not there. 72. We will examine this whole question in detail in a forthcoming work. 73. Het Proces te Moscow. We need Wilbecken en Aldudgeschoten. Het Volk January 28, 1937 pages 1 and 5. My sincere thanks to Sven Erik Holmström for tracking down this article and generously providing me with a copy. 74. The Schwemich Commission had also concluded that no block existed. CRKEB 2, p. 630. 75. Parts of the rehabilitation report on the Moscow trial of August 1936 are copied verbatim, or almost so, from the Schwernik Commission of 25 years earlier. No one could know this in 1988, since excerpts from the text of the Schwernick report was not published until 1993-4 and the full text until 2003. The fact of the copying does suggest that it's possible, even likely, that no new study was carried out in 1987-88. 76 Bruet conceded that Sedov and Trotsky used the term bloc in their correspondence with each other in 1932. 77 This should be Kustana, the town in Kazakhstan to which Zinoviev had been exiled for a year. Apparently Lino does not realize Kustanaya is the genitive case. 78 N. Petukhov, V. Kamchik. Delo o Leningradskom Center. Vestnik Verkhovnego Suda SSSR 5, p. 18. 79 Zapiska P.N. Pospolova Obyebystv Kirova. Svobodnaya MYSL 1992, number 8, p. 68. 80 Kirilina, A. Sledstvo delo Leonida Nikolava. S. Peterburgskie Vedomosti. December 4, 1993. 81 Lubyanka 1937-1938, number 60 pages 144 ff, Genrik Iagada number 166 pages 508-517. Between 4 and 5 pages of this latter confession have been omitted from this transcript. No reason is given for their omission. 82 Lino's book was published in 2010, eggs in 2009, in Norway. 83 We have located Kotalanov's speech in the transcript of the Komsomol Congress in question and discuss it in one of the following chapters. 84 Lino does the same thing with the file he calls Svoyuk, brother-in-law. In the Russian original it was called Svoyaki, in the plural. 85 Zapiska Komisii Prezidium Tisk KPSSV Prezidium Tisk KPSS of Rezultatok Rabati po Rasildovani I Operkin Repressi I Obstoyatelestv Politisheskik Procesov 30 kh Goduf. In RKEB 2, 541-670. Here at 546-547. 86 http://delostalina.ru/p=$16333 Once again it is in Vasily Swama's book Zaprishchiny I Stalin. 87 The name of Zinoviev's place of exile was Kustana, in Kazakhstan. Lino has mistaken the genitive case for the nominative case of the noun. 88 Because the photocopy is poor I have been unable to decipher a few words, especially on the first page. 89 Zinoviev was dismissed from the editorial board of Bolshevik by a Politburo decision of August 16, 1934 initiated by Stalin. Klevny Uk, Ovetal, Stalin Ikoganovich. Perepiska. 1931-1936 GG, N2P 433. 90 A number of rehabilitation reports are studied in detail in Grover Furr, Khrushchev lied. 91 Rehabilitatsiya. Politishesky Processi 30 kh 50 kh Goduf, 160-161. 92 Zinoviev's statement was first published in Izvestiya Centralnogo Komiteta KPSS 7, 74-80 and was reprinted in RPP 159-164. 93 Izv. Tisk KPSS 8, 82. RPP 176. 94 Sedov to Trotsky 1932, Trotsky Archive 4782. 95 This identification was made by Pierre Bruet, the world's leading Trotskyist historian, who discovered the document in 1980. 96 A facsimile of a page of this report with Stalin's handwritten editions is reproduced in Izvestiya Task KPSS 8, p. 102. 97 Report of Court Proceedings. The case of the Trotsky at Zinoviev Terrorist Center. Moscow, People's Commissariat of Justice of the USSR, 1936, 30-31. 98 The case of Leon Trotsky. Report of hearings on the charges made against him in the Moscow trials. By the Preliminary Commission of Inquiry, John Dewey, Chairman. New York, Harper Brothers, 1937. First Session, p. 11. 99 El Siduf. Livre Rouge sur le procès de Moscou. Paris, Editions Populaires, 1936. 100 Anita Birdman Fieferman. Politics, Logic, and Love, The Life of Jean Van Hyenurd. Wellesley, Massachusetts, A.K. Peters, Limited, 1993, 140. 101 Zborowski Archive, f.31660D9067 Papka number 28. Info Kaganov Archive, Library of Congress. Online at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-ferg/zbor_Stalin0238.pdf. Some of these same documents are confirmed by John Costello and Oleg Tsarev, Deadly Illusions. Tsarev, a former KGB man, had privileged access to KGB files for a time in the early 1990s. 102 Costello, John, and Oleg Tsarev. Deadly Illusions. New York, Crown, 1993, 283, 469 n.44. Tsarev Costello, Roku v. Iliazii, 322-3, and n44 p.531. The other texts of Zborowski's reports are in facsimile in the Fokaganov Archive, LOC. This archive also contains facsimiles of the reports published by Costello and Tsarev, thus verifying that they are the same ones. 103 Memoirs de Jules Humbert Draws. De Lenin à Stalin. Dix ans au service de l'Internationale communiste 1921-1931. Neufchâtel, à la Baconière, 1971, pages 379 to 380. The original French text is as follows. Avant de partir, j'ai allé voir un dernière fois Bukharin, ne sachant sigel reverise à mon retour. Nous sommes une longue et franche conversation. Tu m'invites au courant de contacts par son groupe avec la fractions innovative commune pour coordonner la lutte contre le pouvoir de Stalin. Jen il we cache pas que jen approuverais pas cette liaison de oppositions, la lutte contre Stalin n'est pas un programme politique. Nous savons comme tu avec raison le programme de trotskistes sur de problèmes essentiels, le danger de Kaulax en Russie, la lutte contre le front unique avec les social-démocrates, les problèmes chinois, la perspective révolutionnaire très courte, etc. Au lendemain d'une victoire commune contre Stalin, ces problèmes politiques nous diviseront. Ce bloc est un bloc sans principles, qui s'effritera même avant d'aboutir. Bukharin me dit aussi qu'il avait décidé d'utiliser la terreur individuelle pour se débarrasser de Stalin. Sur ce point aussi j'ai fait d'expresses réserves, l'introduction de la terreur individuelle dans es luttes politiques nés de la révolution russe risquait fort de se tourner contre ceux qui l'employeront. Lna jamais un arme révolutionnaire. Mon opinion est que nous devons continuer la lutte idéologique et politique contre Stalin. Sa ligne conduira, dans un avenir proche, à une catastrophe qui ouvrira les yeux de communistes et aboutira à un changement d'orientation. Le fascisme menace l'Allemagne et notre parti de frères sera incapable de lui résister. Devant la débâcle du parti communiste allemand et l'extension du fascisme à la Pologne, à la France, l'international devra changer de politique. Ce moment est sera notre heure. Tu faut d'un rester disciplines, appliquer les décisions sectaires après les avoir combattus et s'opposer auxiliary foes et auxiliary measures gauchistes, mais continuer la lutte sur le terrain strictement politique. Bukharin ascends tout compris que jen me liais pas avglement à sa fraction, dont le seul programme était de faire disparaître Stalin. /380/ce fut notre dernière entrevue. Manifestement tu n'avais pas confiance dans la tactique que j'ai proposée. Il savait aussi bien sûr, mieux que moi, de quels crimes Stalin était capable. Bref, Sergei, Après la mort de l'héroïne, sur la base de son testament, aurait pu liquider politiquement Stalin, chrétient et l'humeur physiquement, alors tu il tina it ferment en main le parti et l'appareil policier de l'état. 104 Grover Furr and Vladimir L. Bobrov, Nikolai Bukharin's first statement of confession in the Lubyanka. Cultural Logic 2007. At http://clogicdot-eserver.org/2007/fur_boborov.pdf. This article was first published in the St. Petersburg Historical Journal Clio 1, 2005, 38-52. I have put the Russian version online at http://tinyurl.com/fur-Bukharin. 105 Pierre Brouet. Party Opposition to Stalin and the First Moscow Trial. In John W. Strong, ed. Essays on Revolutionary Culture and Stalinism. Columbus O.H., Slavica Publishers, 1990, pages 98-111, p. 99. 106 Rogovin, Bila li Alternativa, Chapter 9, in Russian at http://web.mit.edu/people/fjk/rogovin/volume4/9.html. 107 Chapter 56, at http://www.marxist.org/francais/brui/work/1988/00/pb_tky_56.htm. 108 Vladimir L. Bobrov, Tana Smerdi Orjanikij, at http://vif2ne.ru/nvz/forum/archive/238/2389667.htm, fully footnoted Russian version at http://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-ferg/boborov-ordzihan08.html, English translation at http://tinyurl.com/fur-boborov. 109 I know this from the person who drove Brouet when he was doing research in the Nikolovsky archive at the Hoover Institution during the 1980s. 110 Holmstrom, Sven Erik. New evidence concerning the Hotel Bristol question in the first Moscow trial of 1936. Cultural Logic, 2008. At http://clogicdot-eserver.org/2008/holmstrom.pdf. 111 Holmstrom suspects that G.O. Eltzman did meet with Trotsky but that he did not meet with Sedov, as he claimed at the 1936 Moscow trial, but with someone else whose identity he wanted to conceal. Holmstrom's study of the question of Yuri Pyatakhov's claim that he visited Trotsky in Norway in December 1935 is well advanced. 112 One famous definition, petitio principia is, therefore, committed when a proposition which requires proof is assumed without proof. James Weldon. A Manual of Logic. Volume 2, p. 279. Petitio principia is translated as begging the question. 113 Report of court proceedings in the case of the anti-Soviet Trotskyite Center. Heard before the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Moscow, January 23-30, 1937, verbatim report. Moscow, Moscow, People's Commissariat of Justice of the USSR, 1937, 549. 114 Furr, Grover, and Vladimir L. Bobrov. Marshall S.M. Budyeni on the Tkakhevsky trial. Impressions of an eyewitness. Clio number 2, pages 8-24. At http://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-ferg/research/budenenyi_klio12.pdf reprinted in MN. Tkakhevsky. Kak my predali Stalina. Moscow, Algorithm, 2012, 174-230. 115 The account in the Russian transcript is slightly abbreviated. 116 We discuss Astrov elsewhere in the present work, and at greater length in our essay Verdict Vinovan, Chapter 1 of Grover Furr and Vladimir Bobrov, 1937. Pravosyuti Stalina. Obzhalovani Ione Podlas hit. Moscow, Exmo, 2010. 117 Report of court proceedings in the case of the anti-Soviet bloc of Rights and Trotskyists heard before the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Moscow, March 2 to 13, 1938, verbatim report. Moscow, People's Commissariat of Justice of the USSR, 1938, 373 to 374. 118 Cohen, Stephen. Bukharin N. A. Lubyank. Svobodnaya MYSL 21, number 3, 58 to 63, at 60 to 61. 119 Iuri I Murin. Ubystvo v Smolnam. Rodina 10, p.66. 121 Genrik I Agata. Narkom v Nutrenik del SSSR, Generalnyi Komissar Gosударственной Безопасности. Spornik Dokumentov. Kazan, 1997, p. 235. The Russian language quotation in this 1997 volume is the same, word for word, as that in the Russian language trial transcript. 122 Grover Furr, Evidence of Leon Trotsky's Collaboration with Germany and Japan. Cultural Logic, at http://clogic.eserver.org/2009/fur.pdf, p. 140 and notes 91 and 92. Hereafter cited as Furr, Evidence. 123 See the Russian text at http://www.hrono.ru/docum/1938 butaren/vec8-5-38-1.php. 124 The Oxford English Dictionary, Complicity. 1. The being an accomplice, partnership in an evil action. Accessory equals. B. Adjective 1. Of persons, acceding or adhering to, assisting as a subordinate equals. In law, participating or sharing in a crime, though not the chief actor, participant, privy. Black's Law Dictionary, accessory. Contributing to or aiding in the commission of a crime. One who, without being present at the commission of a felonious offense, becomes guilty of such an offense, not as a chief actor equals, but as a participator, as by command, advise, instigation, or concealment, either before or after the fact of commission. An accessory after the fact is a person who, knowing a felony to have been committed by another, receives, relieves, comforts or assists the felon, in order to enable him to escape from punishment. 125 Furr, Evidence 66 to 68. 126 Alter Lvovich Litvin is a well-known Russian scholar, very anti-communist and anti-Stalin. 127 Murin, Iri. No ia to Zineu, to ia prav. Paz Moni. Bukharina Lv. Stalinu is Vnutreni I tir my nkvd. Istaknik, number 3, 46 to 58. 128 The archival identifiers given by Murin are handwritten on the first page of this copy. But they are written incorrectly. The precise archival identifiers are given at the end of the letter in larger handwriting, and show that Murin misread starting page 129 as 127. 129 Grover Furr, Vladimir L. Bobrov, Nikolai Bukharin's first statement of confession in the Lubyanka. Cultural Logic 2007-17, N.34. 130 Bukharin and the Bolshevik Revolution. A Political Biography 1888 to 1938. New York, Oxford University Press, 1980, 294, 300, 309. Humbert Draw's memoir is cited at 453 N.170. 131 Verdict, Vinovan. Ch1 of Furr and Bobrov, 1937. Pravosyuti Stalina, 13-63. We hope to publish an English version soon. 132. It is likely that Astrov lied when he stated that he did not really hear Bukharin call for terror against Stalin. During the 1940s, Astrov had boasted of his role in helping to unmask the riots. And we know from Humbert Draws that Bukharin was plotting Stalin's assassination as early as 1928. 133. This is only part of the context in which we should consider Bukharin's letter recommending Kotalinov. For by February 26, 1937, the date of Ezhov's report, the second Moscow trial of January 23 to 30, 1937 had concluded. Of course, the testimony against Bukharin at that trial also forms a part of the context in which Ezhov gave his report about Bukharin's two letters. In another part of this present study we examine how the Kirov assassination figured in the January 1937 trial. 134. 7 Est Visasu Ioznikje Leninskogo Komunistikiskogo Swaos Mladezi. 11-22 Martin 1926 Godo. Stenografisheskiyachit, p. 108. 135. In most parts of Russia an unstressed O is pronounced as though it were a short A, so Kotalinov would be pronounced Katalinov, with stress on the third syllable. 136. My thanks to my colleague Vladimir L. Bobrov of Moscow, who informed me of the references to Kotalinov in the 7th Komsomol and 15th Party Congresses. 137. http://www.ipme.nw.ru/mirrors/pran/www/info/44/4429.htm. A Stalin Prize Laureate, Talmud signed the unpublished letter to Pravda in early 1953 critical of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee and the Joint Distribution Committee. A slightly longer biography of Talmud at the semi-official Alexander Iakov site mentions no collaboration with the NKVD. See http://www.alexandriakovleft.org/almana-inside/almana-doc/person/100407. The text of the unpublished letter is available in many places, including at http://www.alexandriakovleft.org/almana/inside/almana-doc/55578. 138. See the entry in the Russian language Wikipedia at http://ru.wikipedia.org/comma___ and at the biographical site at http://www.hrono.ru/bio-l/ljuzhkov_gs.php. 139. http://www.hrono.ru/biograph/bio_l/ljuzhkov_gs.php, Lino, p. 681. 140. Lyashkov was not being quite frank here. We know today that he did not conduct all the interrogations of Zinoviev and Kamina. He was only one of the NKVD investigators who co-signed Zinoviev's interrogation confession of July 28, 1936. Lyashkov was the only NKVD man to co-sign Zinoviev's confession of an unknown date in August, 1936. But Lyashkov was not one of the three NKVD men who co-signed Kamina's confession of August 10, 1936. 141. We have obtained a copy of this 540-page document. It was clearly written when Zinoviev was still refusing to confess to being involved in assassination plots. It could not have done him any good at this point. 142. Getty Namov 292-294. Also online at http://www.red-channel.de/book/ordzhonikidze.htm. 143. Cooks, Alvin D. The Lesser of Two Hells, NKVD General G.S. Lyashkov's defection to Japan, 1938-1945. Journal of Slavic Military Studies 11, 3 145 to 186, 11, 472 to 110. We will refer to these articles in the text as Cooks 1 and Cooks 2 respectively. 144. Only the second of these two paragraphs is translated by Lino. 681. I have taken the other from the text at the Russian language Wikipedia page, which is the same as that in the biographical encyclopedia at hrono.ru. See http://ru.wikipedia.org/comma__and http://bio/bio_l/l/jews/hkov_gs.php. 145. Robicha Krestianskaya Krasnaya Armia, Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. 146. I have put an English translation of the complete text of Eshov's Confession of April 26, 1939 online at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/ez-hov0426339ang.html. The Russia original is also online at my site at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/ez-hovru.html. 147. Nikolai Velikanov. Izmina Marshalov. M. Algorithm, 2008. Interrogation of Bliukher of November 6, 1938, p. 343. Emphasis added, gf. 148c, for example, the Wikipedia page, http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/argumentum_e_silentio. 149. According to Zhukov, the military collegium of the Supreme Court sentenced two people, Sinolobov and Chernyavsky, to death. Zhukov states that this was down from 25, though I can't find the document he refers to. 150. IU. And Zhukov, Tany Kremlovskogo dela 1935 Goda I sud ba avlia inukij. Voprosi Istorii No. 9, 83-113, at p. 109. 151. Zhukov has discussed these specific confessions and the conclusions he draws from them in more detail in a meeting with Vladimir L. Bobrov on December 6, 2002. 152. See the series description at the Rospin page http://www.rospin.su/ru/catalog/.list/id/56/. 153. Felix Ichov. Molotov, Polyodor Babnyevi Lastlin. Moscow, Olma Press, 1999, 376. 154. The original Russian is vse osnovania, literally all the bases. This is not idiomatic in English, so I have translated it as every reason. 155. Elsewhere in this study we have quoted the cogent words of Russian historian Yuri Zhukov, who sensibly points out that no sane conspirator would keep evidence of a conspiracy anywhere except in his head. 156. In his memoirs, Pavel Syudoplatov relates how he was arrested after refusing to fabricate stories against Beria. Syudoplatov might have ended up in Khrushchev's December 1956 Kangaroo Court being tried and executed as Beria's accomplice along with Kobyulov, Dkanizov, Merkulov, Meshik, Volodymyrsky, and Goglij. None of the supposed crimes Beria was charged with have ever been proven good evidence that they did not exist. Syudoplatov also relates the story of how General Maslenikov killed himself rather than either fabricate a story against Beria or face trumped-up charges of helping Beria in the latter's supposed coup attempt. Evidently Syudoplatov gets the date of Maselnikov's suicide wrong. It was March 16, 1954, not August 1953. But in other respects his account agrees with other versions of Maslenikov's suicide. 157. I have put the original Russian text of the indictment online at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/obven_zak_dec34.html. 158 Lubyanka 1922–1936 number 482, pages 578–579, Lino 316–317. 159 Absurdnost etik utverzhny I okevidna. 160 Leon Trotsky. The Stalinist Bureaucracy and the Assassination of Kirov. A Reply to Friends in America. Bulletin of the Opposition number 41. Translated in Trotsky, on the Kirov assassination. At http://www.marxists.org/archive/1934/12/kirov.htm. 161 The Trotskyist editors of Marxists.org claim that this was published as a pamphlet. The Bulletin version, in Russian, is at http://www.mit.edu/people/fjk/bo/bo-41.html and at http://www.19117.com/marxism/trotsky/bo_no_41/main.html. 162 Pierre Brouet, Leon Sedov. Fils de Trotsky, Victime de Stalin, 79. 163 Lino 577-8, Russian original in RKEB2, 73-74. 164 The following paragraphs are taken from Grover Furr, Khrushchev Lied 151-3. See also the section The Charge of Torture as a Smokescreen in Furr, Evidence of Leon Trotsky's Collaboration with Germany and Japan, Cultural Logic 2009, 151-153. At http://clogic.eserver.org/2009/fur.pdf. 165 See for example, the discussion of the argument from incredulity at http://rationalwiki.org/wiki/argument_from_incredulity. 166 The original Russian texts are at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-ferg/research/ezhovpokazani.ia.html. 167 So what else could Mandelstam have meant? In the first place, it meant that he was withdrawing the confession in question. In Soviet law the defendant had to confirm any confessions made before trial, or that evidence could not be used against him at trial. This does not mean that the confession was either true or false, only that the defendant wished to withdraw it. That would force the prosecution either to get him to retract his withdrawal or to rely upon other evidence, for example, the testimony of his co-conspirators. 168 Moreover, there is a great deal of evidence that they were guilty, including evidence from outside the USSR. 169 We examine Leno's further use of Sedov elsewhere in this study. 170 Kirillina, 366, cites the original Russian text of Agernov's words.